welcome, and hi, Fabio, welcome back. This is, oh boy, I don't know if I'm ready for today. Let me go ahead and start the timer. Gotta keep a schedule this time around. I gotta go quick, gotta go fast. But I hope you're doing well. And hi, Giraffe. Welcome to stream. Welcome to what I'm hoping will be the last of having to deal with navigation. Fingers crossed. But okay, the timer did start. We're all good. And did my messages check? Did buttons check? I think we're all good. And a 5-minute stream? Psh, no. Definitely not gonna be 5 minutes. 5-minute timer. Let's see how. yeah. No. Not 5-minute stream. 5 minutes timer. That's not the start. How are you doing today? I am doing tired. Lovely, but tired. I tried last night. Once stream was over, I had some dinner, sat down for some more coffee, and attempted to fix the error of my ways from yesterday's painful attempt at adding the ghost. Did not go well. So this morning, I reset everything to what we had initially when the customers were able to do navigation and everything. So the good news is, it's working again. Bad news, we're kind of set back a little bit, but that's okay. I've been trying to brainstorm. Ghost Part 2, here we go again. Exactly. It's gonna be better. I have a new plan, and this new plan means, hopefully, fingers crossed, we won't run into any issues. Said plan involves just setting things, and we won't have to guess and estimate and randomize. No, we're gonna hard code stuff today. No errors. Easy peasy. Let's see, hope I get some well-deserved rest today. Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. The thing is though, after stream's over, I gotta go do my, some pixel art for tomorrow's video. Because today's a little bit of a crunch time day, but it'll be all well and good and dandy in the end, as I'm excited. And just, as long as I can get that excitement going, we're all good. Thank you indeed. The goal is to get stuff done today, so if I can get everything done today, tomorrow can be my rest day, and I can sit back, relax, and maybe think about the choices in my life. Just sit there and ponder for a bit. Okay, I see. Okay, I've got my coffee ready, I've got my water here. No lemonade, as I couldn't have time for lemonade, but you know what, today's not a lemonade day, it's a cold water, normal water, coffee day. Got all of my refreshments out in front of me. Got my notes here. I'm good to go. And let me go ahead and also check my tabs as, let's see. Where are we at? In sound effects. I know I have it in here somewhere. I was planning to change the metronome sound, but then I forgot. And then it was all of a sudden 1 o'clock. But the good news is, it's pretty simple to change those things. Just have to find where I put it at in this program, and it should be fine and dandy to go. As yeah, I definitely do wanna, my ears. I for a second thought it was, oh wow, I got surprised. I've been listening to the different sounds, and I'll show you once the timer's over. But there's this program I use to keep track of files, at least when it comes to art and audio, as one thing I've found as I've been doing either both YouTube and just game dev is that it's really hard to keep track of files and audio sounds and all of those things. So I've always just been trying to find a way to stay organized, and my organization's already bad. But the good news is it's improving. As long as it's improving. So I found this program that's been helping me, and while my Godot files might not be sorted correctly, good news is the audio side of things is sorted, so I can just go into my files and see, alright, I need a sound for so-and-so, and have that sound ready. It's been very nice compared to beforehand, where I've had to sort through folders. Instead, now it's like a tag-based system, and it's very nice, and I wish there was a free version for it. There is one being developed by a solo dev, so hopefully next year after that. Right now it's in development, but you can get it as well now. I'm trying to remember the name. I think it's tag something. I've mentioned it before. Let me see if I can quickly Google it. Tag Reaper. It's something. If I do remember it, I'll make sure to post it. But for right now, my mind is blank on the matter. But the audio telling you it's in my ear, but we're all good to go. And that timer's just about done, and we're gonna get right into things I was hoping the ghost would be done yesterday, but it's all good and dandy as today we can also do stuff. And if not today it's done, I can always spend this week, because the hope is that the prototype will be done this week. If not, that's okay. The goal is to finish the game by the end of the year, but there's no hard set goal. So we can work efficiently, but we don't have to overwork. If we need breaks, take breaks. Do all of the things as it's not hard-coded, so to speak, in the sense of, if I don't do it by this deadline, then I'll have, consequences. There's no consequences, which is nice. Nice to work within a limit, but know that if I don't reach it, I'm all good. I'm all nice and dandy. So that being said, today is continuing what we did yesterday, which is that we're adding ghosts to the game of my Necrotype Cafe. And ghosts, we need them to be banished, we need them to affect the way the game plays in its minigame, and we also want to offer rewards to the player for interacting with the ghost. And to those who are not sure what the ghosts do, what the game is, that is what that pitch is. So we'll go ahead and get into the pitch. Go ahead and get right into things. Trying to keep things all good and nice and smooth. Okay, I'll be right back. So it appears you seem to be stuck at an elevator, maybe on a busy time of midday, and you're waiting on the elevators to go. And since you have to stand here in the lobby, since you're here, I may as well pester you for about 1 minute exactly. Tell you about the game I'm currently developing. Let me just scooch up here, all nice and snug. And here it is. It is called Necrotype Cafe. The goal of this section of the beginning of the stream is to talk about the game in 1 minute and attempt to pitch it to you. It serves as both a way to introduce people who haven't either seen the stream, heard about the game before, possibly joined the end of the last stream, things of that nature. It's a way to introduce and reintroduce, and also give me a chance to attempt at getting better at pitching said game in 1 minute. As if I can describe it in 1 minute in a good way, yeah, that's good. You want to be able to describe your game in a good way, and it's a fun way. I find it enjoyable. With all that said, I will start the timer, and then from there, I have 1 minute to describe the game and pitch it to ya. Let's go ahead and get this timer out here. Alrighty. When I click start, it starts. Okay. And said last time I wanted to try some, some notes, and I wrote them down, but I don't know if I saved it. Let me see. I have way too many cards on here. Let's see. This one. Nope, not that one. Ah, I found it. A dapper suit. Thank you. I tried my best to perform for the occasion. Oh, speaking of, there we go. Now we're definitely set for business encounters. Okay, I have my timer, I have my cards, we're all good to go. And nice to thank you, and welcome to Stream Checks. Okay, here we go. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe sim where you play as a necromancer, Gabriella, who attends a prestigious magic academy where all students are sent to learn specific types of magic, but you don't want to learn necromancy. You want to become a baker. So you decide to open up a cafe in a abandoned part of the school, and students come and they eat your food that you serve. And you serve your food by typing, and it is a rhythm typing game. So the idea behind it is that this sense of magic is poetry, so you have to type out poems in order to serve customers. So customers come in, they ask what they want to get served, and then you serve them by going back and forth into the cafe, rushing around in a sort of hectic maniac sort of setting in attempts to spend 1 month proving that you can become a baker and that you don't need to become a necromancer. You can say, hey, you know what, I did it, and show that this type of magic going forward is wonderful. Interesting, I see. I've helped to pique your interest. I said it before, but I think I have to restructure the way I pitch it. As when you do these pitches, you want to talk about the mechanics, you want to talk about the setting, you want to talk about the twist, and you want to talk about there's a way you have to do it and structure it. I think I'm going back. I gotta rewatch some things, but I hope said pitch did at least catch your interest and show you what we do currently have on the agenda and currently in the game to give you an idea of what my words, if my words didn't speak it for you, maybe this cool selling deal shall. Let me go ahead and get a little bit less business, but still kind of business, smart business. Bye. Where are we at? All right, no more Suit. Suit is now gone, and instead we have Bobby to keep us company. And with that all nice said and done, let me go ahead and open up Godot and transition. Alrighty, so here we are, and the game itself still being developed. The point of doing these streams and developing in general is that we're trying to get out the prototype, so the minimum version of the game. We need a cafe, we need the rhythm typing aspect of the game, and we're putting them together to show that this is a proof of concept. That's what the idea behind a prototype is. And I made you remember you actually have to do this like in the next weeks, was shown some tips to do this elevator pitch. I see, you did really well, thank you. Yeah, there's a way you have to do it. The issue is, anytime I start the timer, feels like I'm being rushed. But it's fun, it's a fun, what is it? Fun activity, forget the word you might use for it. It's exercise, it's a fun exercise. Let me show you how the game currently works to give you an idea of what we're going for here. I'll go ahead and turn this off for visible navigation. And let me double check the customer as well, but I see, I caught it before it happened. All right, let me click play. And this is, Leslie decides it doesn't want to show on screen. Here we go. This is currently the game. And let me go ahead and turn this down. Let me turn the audio down a little bit. Everything you see here is mainly, what is it? Forgetting so many words. It's temporary. These are temporary assets and everything. The more you do it, the better it will get. Yeah, I do agree. That's why I like doing it. I like doing it at the start of the streams it's like a warm-up, so to speak. Maybe I find it fun too. Okay, audio I think is good to go. Let me turn it up here a little bit to make it a little bit easier to hear as well. And this is the game. This is currently where we're at. This is the cafe portion. The setting takes place in a abandoned classroom. Beforehand, it was a basement, but because of the way I want settings to look and feel, it's now in a classroom. And customers will come and sit at these tables, and they'll order their food. And from there, once their food's ordered, you have to come into this back area of the classroom, kind of like a broom closet, and you'll spend time here choosing spells to select. The idea is that you'll have different customers that have different wants and needs. For example, this character is a necromancer, so her favorite flavor is bitter. It's not. Most necromancers are flavored bitter, but you might have pyromancers who have the flavor of spicy, and you might have cryomancers who ice are minty. So you'll take orders depending on 2 flavor types that they want, along with a product of food. So right now we have cake and cookie, but after the prototype, we'll add more things that are cafe themed, such as muffins and tea, hot cocoa, things of that nature to flesh out the game. Right now there's only 2 wizards, and right now there's only 2 foods you can get. So the idea is that small, keep it small. So if we go back over here, I'll go ahead and spawn a customer. So if I click this button, right now they spawn, and I can go over to this customer and I can say, all right, let me seat you. So the customer gets seated, and right now their order shows up here. I want to add some sort of menu down here instead. So this is more so temporary layout. And once the customer has the exclamation, that means they're ready to get ordered, or they're ready for the, hold on. Oh, is it reconnected? Are we all good to go? I'm telling you, I don't know what it is, but hoping now we're all good to go. Fingers crossed. I give it another second. Okay, good. Back. That's good. I see it pop up, but I don't know why it does that. So thank you for letting me know, Fabio. That's certainly helpful. Okay, so in saying all of that, we have What do we have again? Sweet, bitter? Okay, so sweet, bitter. So I can go in here and I can do sweet, bitter, and then cake, and then generate. And it'll generate that spell, which it'll be a poem right now. I cropped lots of the words so that it's fast for testing. So in this case, I have to type on beat. So it would be something like AGENE, comma THEFLANK, comma HARSH, comma BITKED, comma BRYNC, exclamation. And then once you pick the food, you get the food on the counter, which you can then serve to the customer. So you'll go up to the customer, serve them their food, they'll eat, they'll be ready for receipt, and then leave. And right now, we also have implemented the fact that, if I come back to this customer and serve them as well, we have a little trash can here. So if you do I was gonna say poem, or no poem, I was gonna say potion. If you do a spell wrong, you can go ahead and trash it as well. So we'll go ahead and pick up the customer. They also decide to go with sweet bitter. So to just show you that everything is working nice and dandy. Plus my computer freezes, not the game itself. Gotta trust me on that one. So let's go ahead and do bitter cake, and there we go. And one nice thing is that down the game, when things are hard set, right now this is being tested, but there are different songs that poems will have. So for example, I might have sweet as their sweet bitter here, but something sweet might be slower, something that is spicy flavor might be faster, and that'll hopefully add a little bit of elements in choosing and figuring out which one you want to do. You won't be able to choose the song, but when you do combinations. So for example, let's see, which one's really fast? I think this is the fastest song. Let's generate. And then THESAV, comma, NO, comma, NOW, exclamation. There we go. Grade poor. And there are grades to the food, so there will be scoring depending on how well you do in making the food. There is a fail, and I want special things to happen when you do make the food poorly. But let's go ahead and see. We can't give them their food as this is the incorrect order. So what you would have to do is go to the trash can or whatever the deletion thing is, and you would just say, nah, I don't want it anymore. Then you would make the new spell, give it to the customer, and the customer would take it. So right now that is the current game loop. That is working. And let's go ahead and close here. And if I go ahead and hide this, show this again. That is the game loop itself. Customers come in, they sit down, you get their order, you make their food, give them their food, they go on their they go on their way. And right now, the stream's focus is adding ghosts. And ghosts kind of shake up what happens in the game, or hopefully that is the main goal. We're testing ghosts to see if it does shake things up, or should ghosts be added. The idea behind doing a ghost is that, like I said, it shakes things up. It adds some resistance between both scrambling around to manage different customers, different rhythms, different tempos. Ghosts add a way of an extra challenge, so to speak. And considering our character is a necromancer, she deals with death. So a lot of these things are going to be centered around death. And in this case, this area of the school has been abandoned because of all the ghosts. And so that's the reason why they're appearing. The at least lower attempts to explain. In addition to that, our character is, while she's a wonderful necromancer, she is afraid of ghosts. So they act as a good enemy. She can deal with them. She's just afraid to. And these aren't even angry ghosts. They're just ghosts. They're kind ghosts. She's just terrified of them. It's an irrational fear. So I can go ahead into our ghost to show you really quickly. I think this is all set up to work well. But if I go ahead and play here, you can see right now our ghosts have the ability to follow. Yesterday we worked on collision. Right now that collision is, well, not collision, navigation. So right now they act as a customer in their attempt to figure out where to go. They're going the proper way, which is the route around stairs. Next goal is to make it so that they float through areas. But the ghost will follow you around once they spot you. And the ghost, we want to be able, as said before, we want to be able to banish the ghost. So the idea behind it is that you'll make special food for the ghost and you serve the ghost that food and it'll get rid of them. And ideas are, as I can go ahead and hide it and bring you into concepts. If concepts will load and I realize, but concepts on the wrong screen. Let me go ahead and open and expand this guy right here. and I can pull you into concepts. If it is the right size, are we good on sizing? A little less here, maybe a smidge over here. There we go. We should be good to go. So with Ghost, we want them to follow the player, ignore collision. We want them to, well, the idea is that they will be able to affect their areas. For example, when you have a ghost next to a customer, maybe what happens is their patience timer goes down faster. So customers have patience. That was that bar that you saw before that timer, and show it off a little bit better. Let me go ahead and delete the ghost and just copy and paste that timer on here, since it's a little bit easier to explain. So let me grab it, close it, and paste it. That's always the nice and easy way. And this guy is not the correct ordering. Let me see if I can get it working again. Sometimes the UI acts up in weird ways that I can't figure out why. That guy shouldn't be up there. Let me try bring you back into Godot for a moment. I can swap out, refresh the page, swap back into the page, and hopefully, yeah, there we go. Far better layout now. And I can go ahead and paste this in here. So this is the customer status, and let me move all of these note cards to the side as I grab my pen and turn on my tablet. So the idea is that the ghost, while they're there in the game, make mischief, but not on purpose. The ghost, I'm thinking, this patience meter here, if the patient meter runs out, the customer leaves. So I'm thinking the ghost should make this run faster, run out faster. I also think here, for example, when you're casting spells, I think it'd be fun where when a ghost is present, or depending on the position of the ghost, the song gets faster, or the song gets slower, or the beat gets irregular, which kind of messes up your typing. So it's a way to say, okay, if you want harder challenge, you'll deal with the ghost, but the sooner you deal with the ghost, the sooner you get to being on better timing. So let me go ahead and go back over here. So follow player, ignore collision. We have follow player. We don't have ignore collision. We don't have speed customer's timer, and we don't have trap ghost. So that's the goal to get to. And let me go ahead and drag this guy down here. All of these guys to move them down a little bit. Like that. And then move these guys down as well. Oh, I moved too many. Like you. You guys can come down. As well as you. There we go. We want to speed customer timers, trap ghost. That's that banishment down here. Tempo change, that is tempo change in terms of music. Rewards, and let's also add on here, make customers uncomfortable. I guess that's what it is. In a funny way, I think, in this world at least, maybe some necromancers are gifted with the ability to see ghost, maybe some aren't, or maybe all necromancers can see ghost, as at the start of the game, all your customers are necromancers. So maybe they're not as affected by ghost, but then depending on the class of character, like maybe a class that's more geared towards life has the effect of being more terrified of death-related things. We have banish, tempo change, rewards, and customer S-T-O-M-E-R timer. Let's put that on there. Those are the things we want to happen when ghosts do happen. Let's go ahead and zoom that out. So since we started with collisions last time, let's continue with collisions. We did some ideas, but then it ended up not working correctly. So I think this should be fingers crossed, easy to do, as that was what was tricky last time, but figured that out. But then it made things wrong again. So we'll see. Let me get some coffee, and then we will get right into things. Okay, that's some nice coffee. I think I made it a little bit too sweet this time. And go back into Godot. So the next step is that collision bit. You saw how the ghost navigated around the desk and they went through the stairs, and that's what the navigation bit is. If we go into here, I can show you, as I was messing with the navigation to see, I can actually show the navigation without turning on the game. So this is the navigation. Anywhere that is blue, they can walk on. And right now, they can't walk on this desk area. And we want them to be able to. And what I did last, and I'm not sure why it was acting wonky, but we can see, we can test. Step 1 is that we need them to be able to also walk through walls. And you can kind of see here, this is more of a border around everywhere. So we need to add a way to differentiate wall and border. And in that sense, let me go ahead and reopen a file I had and deleted. I've got everything saved from what we did yesterday in case we need to go back and edit things, as I didn't want to delete all the work we did, but I knew we had to go back. Speaking of, if you do start developing games, make sure you have a way to have backups. I use GitHub and use Visual Studio Code to mess around with that, but thankfully, because I had backups saved, I was able to just go back and quickly edit what we did, so I didn't lose much of anything, thankfully. But had I had no backups, I'd be scrambling trying to figure out how to fix the game. So just a heed of warning, make sure you do have that saved somewhere. Backups are important indeed. I tried making a game before, and the challenge was to make it in a summer. And let me export this. I tried to make it in a summer. However, 3 days in, or not 3 days, like a week in. Yeah, Git is great. Just remember to commit frequently. I agree. I do it every time I make a big change. And, oh, froze for a second. Am I good? Am I dying? Oh, I'm dying on screen too. Okay, we're all good. In saying that, I had a game that I tried to make in a summer, and it corrupted itself. Still not sure how, but because it got corrupted, I wasn't able to continue working on it. And I stopped making games, or at least trying to make games, for an entire, I think almost a whole year, just because of that loss of motivation. So truly, make sure you have backups. If not Git, do it yourself and manually copy and zip folders. It'll save you a headache, I will say that. Let me go ahead into our cafe set dressing, and I'll just make a new tile here. This guy right here in a PNG. Export, save, export, and it should now be updated. There we go. So that can be our wall for our wall versus our border. And then we can go ahead into here, grab this guy, and select it. Or no, we have to set it up, don't we? In the setup here, yeah, hold to create, hold shift to create. So let's go ahead and click this guy, all nice and dandy. Okay, then we select, right? And then in our physics layer, we make it so that you crash into it, because it is physics, it's a wall. So we can go ahead and select, where are we at? This guy here. And then you can see what is highlighted for physics. So I can go in, zoom out a little bit so I don't hit the corners, and highlight everything in here. So anything that's highlighted means if you can't hit it. This is what physics. Navigation is anything that's highlighted you can walk on. But this is for AI, the wizard themselves and the ghost. It's different for the player. The player doesn't have to worry about navigation because you just control it. And then physics is blocking into the wall and collisions. So in our tile map here, now that we have that set up, we can go ahead and select. And then we can go ahead and paint. Which one's paint? And make it so that this here is where ghosts can move through and pass through, because it is a magic wall. And is that all good and dandy? I'm thinking. I don't want ghosts to walk on these tiles here, as then you can't really get to the ghost, and the ghost can't really get to you. Maybe later it would be good, but for right now I want them to stay in this area of moving around and navigation, and then they can go through this wall here. That's why I'm wondering, this here, these three, is it good? We can always see and we can always test. So for right now, I'll save it. And let's do a quick test to make sure that the physics is working. So if I try to go past this wall, I can't go past the wall, which is good. That's what we want. We can't go past this wall or this wall. Can't go past the desk, which is all good. It's working so far. We can go ahead and close this, drink this, and Godot tends to close on my computer, and I think it's definitely, I do think I need an update. I think that's why it's decided, you know what, fix your computer. And it's not something I can currently do at the moment, so it's a matter of working and pushing through all these crashes. And when it crashes, I take a coffee or water break. In this case, coffee. Coffee's warm at the moment, but as the stream goes on, it goes, I did read that. Yeah, as the stream goes on, it decides to get cold. So drink it early, that way, nice and warm. So now that we have the physics collision working, next is the navigation, which we were running into issues on before. And that's why I had to revert back to old changes, and Godot was always closing on you. It is! The weird thing is, initially, back when I started making this game, which was at the end of August, it didn't do that. And I'm also noticing Twitch isn't showing up on screen. The chat. I'm not too sure why it's deciding to be wonky. This last month, it's decided to close frequently compared to before. And I'm not too sure. I definitely think maybe it has something to do with my computer aging. So let me see if I can get chat working really quickly. Where are we at? Settings, connections, all of those things. That's all good to go. I'm not sure why. It's not if it's not one thing, it's something else. Which is okay. It's a growing pain and figuring that out. So let me see. Grab you. Okay, that's working. And then where are we at? That's up there. That's not up there. Interesting. Okay, I know what I can do. Quick fix. It's always the quick fixes that are the easiest. So I can go here. I can grab you. Move you back over here to Godot. Paste. Drag you down like that. Go back into here. And we should be good to go for now, at least. We can worry about the consequences of these hot fixings later, but hey, are we all good to go? Oh, no, we're not. I'll have to figure that out later. That's okay. Hey, exactly. Problems don't stop. They're always around the corner. Exactly. If you're not ready for them, you gotta be ready for them. You gotta stay ready for them. And that's okay. It's not working. Yeah, it's okay. At this point, I've just learned to live within the pain of it not functioning as well as it could be. Okay, so in saying all of that, we need to work on navigation. And this is where I had trouble initially. Right now, this layer 1, okay, you can't see it. Here is the world layer, so I'll go ahead and do that. This is the physical world. So navigation is different between the customers and the ghosts and the player themselves. But the player doesn't worry about navigation because it's not collision. This is a navigation in terms of how AI sees it. So we can go ahead and say this is ghost and the rest is world. If other characters are ethereal, this is, the ghost realm versus the normal realm. But that's the difference here. So we can go ahead and have this layer 1 be that navigation, I think. And then if we just set layer 2 to this navigation, I think that works. And then if we go back here and paint everything, we go back in, go back into here. This is the current tiles that we have. Let me zoom this up a bit. And can go ahead and select this guy. So we want the ghost to be able to go through everything but the walls and the borders. So these two guys here. We can go ahead and select this and select this like that. I see. And in our navigation layer, we just have to highlight this, I think is how it works. I say, but ran into some problems yesterday. That's okay. I've noticed a lot of the times it seems to be you have to step away from your projects from time to time to make sure you come at everything with a clear mind. As you can definitely sit at and stare at a screen for a very long time and then things just don't make sense. So getting up to either do some stretches or take a walk or even just watch some TV can definitely help, I've noticed and realized. So we have this checked off, that checked off. We need this wall to also be checked off to show, hey look, ghost, you can move through here. Oh, let me zoom in. So this here, 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 and here. And then they can also go through the desk. Let me zoom out and move it over here. Alrighty, desk, you are getting claimed. Here, 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 and here. That doesn't look right. I may have to zoom in a little bit and edit it. I can take the blue one here, move it over, up and over, and go back over. Okay, and I think that's good. Nope, that wasn't in bounds. I'm glad I checked. Oh, that's also not in bounds. I need to edit you. Okay, so all of this now should be claimed except for the border and this area here. And then if we go down here, these tabletops I had to set for visuals, and I don't think the tabletops have to have navigation enabled. So if I disable those tabletop navigations so that the customers don't worry about that navigation, if I click play, before we even add another ghost, let's make sure customers are working. That was something I failed to do earlier. So let's see if it's working still. So we're running into the problem that I ran into last time. But I'm glad we're running into it beforehand before everything goes awry. So this is good. Customer navigation is now messed up for some reason. The answer is now figuring out why. And let's see. So is it because this tabletop navigation is disabled? Let's see, let's see. I go ahead and start it again. Enter. Spawn seat. Nope. And let me close that. Another thing I can show as well is the customer navigation in this sense. Here with the arrow. And it was a wonky thing I figured out. If you look here, and I'll also show it up here. When I click spawn and seat, look where the red line goes. It's cutting halfway through, and then it's getting stuck. It's just cutting and getting stuck. Cut, stuck, stuck. They're just getting stuck, which is odd. Oops, made it too big. I'll go ahead and close this. And go ahead and hide this. Okay, when saying all of that, now we come down to problem solving. Before we even get to other portions of navigation, we have to make sure they're moving and moving correctly. So if we come back into here in the cafe, I'm wondering if this is the issue. It's always the navigation layers that are a little bit wonky. And even here, it says, was it saying this before? This was the error I was running into yesterday that I couldn't figure out. So if we go ahead and just to check, I want to delete this and see if that fixes the error. So delete and save, if you wouldn't mind, Godot. if you so please, as it's frozen. So I'll go ahead and have my water break. You know, if it's one thing I can say, Godot's at least keeping me hydrated. And Godot decides, still frozen. Okay. If it'll let me move it. Nope, everything's frozen. Just A-okay in that sense. Let me close you, if you wouldn't mind, you know, just to reopen. I'll give it a second to decide on itself. Navigation layers and everything are weird, but it's working through it that I think is definitely helpful. I try to watch tutorials sometimes, and they're helpful, but it's also remembering I need to apply what I watch, just not copy and paste code. That's not helpful, but learning and trying to understand it and put it into your own. Let's see, Godot hates you. What is its problem? You tell me, Chax, but welcome to stream. Yeah, my programs decide they don't want to act well and act nice together. That tends to happen occasionally, so it seems. And that's okay, I mean, yeah, I could help you solve your issues today. Fingers crossed. I reverted back to a previous version that we had yesterday. Now it's a matter of seeing if we can get things working. So I took away the navigation layer for the ghost. What happens now is the question. So go ahead and enable it. Spawn seat. So see how it's not cutting anymore? And it's not a small cut. There's an actual line to where they're going. But then when we add that additional navigation layer, it decides, yeah, this is the time where I want to cut. So that's the problem we're running into. When we add that second navigation layer, something's causing it to act funny. And you can also see as well, there's no debug part here. Interesting. Let me go ahead and hide this. So back here on our, where do we go? Our tabletop? Where did tabletop go? Oh, here it is. Tabletop. Navigation is enabled. If we disable navigation on tabletop, do we get said error? And the answer to that question is no. And then if I go ahead and spawn the customer, is it happening the same? Spawn? Nope. So that tabletop navigation is not causing the issue. It seems to be when we add a second additional navigation layer on top of what we have, which is interesting. I will say. Let me go ahead and hide that again. Okay, so we're narrowing it down slowly but surely. Tabletop doesn't need to have navigation since the ghost and everyone else doesn't worry about tabletop. Tabletop's just there to have a layer that goes in front of the player and behind the player so they can actually sit behind the desk. Let's see. If we go back into cafe background. You. What do we need to do with you? Right now, when we add an additional navigation layer, that's where we're having problems at. I'm wondering, seeing maybe if I can Google adding additional navigation layer breaks navigation. Godot 4. What do we get on Google? Set target navigation layer region. Navigation to region 2D on layer affecting each other. Maybe that is it. Let's see. Get some coffee. Okay. And the answer to this is There's no answer. And that is one of the downsides to Godot. Since it's still pretty new, the issue that a lot of people run into is that there's not a lot of documentation for certain things, and it's also consistently having bugs since they're consistently updating it. So compared to something like Unity or Unreal that has thousands of tutorials and backlogs and clear saves, Godot's still young. And because of that, a lot of the times it's hard to find the solutions to said problem. So that's okay. We can try to attempt at figuring out. For example, I know that this is the world navigation layer, and that aligns to here. But then when we go to customer as well, this navigation agent is looking at this world navigation. So they're looking at the same thing. I wonder if I put this on 5, and if I also put this cafe background navigation on 5, it should still work since they're looking at the same navigation path. And do we get an error? Let's see. Nope, still works the same. And you can see on here as well, lines are still working. It's only when we try adding that next element that everything goes awry. So I'll go ahead and add the ghost. Oh, not the ghost. The cafe, go back in here with the collision. So something navigation region, something not working, it seems. So this is 1, which is true. And then for the customer as well, let's just make sure their navigation guy is set to 1. Clearing that up. Okay. Next thing is figuring out why adding a second layer makes it act funny. So we have 1 layer, 2 layer. And let's see. If I Google it, let me see. Godot 4 navigation layer. What do we get? Using navigation layers. Godot documentation. Only first. Oh, I think maybe I found it. Hold on. Let me bring you into the Godot document page transition and bring you into here. Alrighty. So only first tile map navigation layer works. Sounds like what we're having issues with. Let's see. See here, in general, navigation is not stackable in both 2D and 3D. Okay, it cannot be stacked. The tile map navigation layers were added as a copy of the tile map visuals without the tile map devs knowing this core navigation limit. So it seems it's because it's a Godot thing. Let's see. It never worked like also intended. With the linked PR, they worked by placing navigation polygons on each tile map layer. If you just want to restrict certain agents from using areas in your combined navigation map, you can set the navigation layers for each cell differently. Example, give the red area a layer bit mask for the restricted agent and your general area bit mask for that restricted agent that does not have it enabled. Something. Isn't it always? Let me go back here. So using navigation layers. Single compatible navigation with the navigation layers. They're used as a bit mask. Many navigation related nodes have set navigation layer value functions to set and get layers. Okay. I am not understanding what I'm reading. Kinda, sorta. It seems to be that well, it says it as well, doesn't it? If we go back and add into Godot. The issue we're running into is that things are overlapping, so they're getting confused. They're thinking that it's one thing when it's something else. And right now, the way our navigation works, if I go here and click select, navigation layer 0, they're able to navigate on only these. The ghost can navigate on other things, and that's where they're kind of colliding. And the question is, why? If I add navigation area to this, not layer 1, but layer 0, as that is... Oh, hold on. Layer 0, layer 1. But this is layer 1. Oh, you can't see, hold on. This says layer 1, but it says bitmap 0. Well, it says bit 0, but down here it says navigation layer 0. So, is it like with programming where it starts at 0 index, but up here in the layers, it doesn't start at 0 index? So that's where I'm getting confused at. If I do this and set it so that this layer is 2, custom data layers, interesting. What does this do? Name type. Oh, okay. Let's not do that. Let's just close that. We don't need you. So layer 0 and navigation layer 0. And I think this is where the bit mask is coming from. If I delete this layer here, it deletes that navigation layer. Okay. Let's keep it where we had it with this world 0. Then if we add that element, it adds in that navigation layer. The only thing the ghost should have to worry about is the walls and the walls, just the walls. So if we go back to the border, this guy doesn't have navigation enabled for this layer. Oh, I'm getting confused. Ghosts can go over these navigation layers. Okay, I think I know what's going on. It's taking a second for things to process, but I think what has to happen is that it overlaps. So for example, this world, or this layer 2, is world and extra. So now it's a sense of, when we click it here, ghost and character can walk on this, so that it should work here to walking on that. Slowly but surely, I tell you, it's an attempt. So if I go here to layer 1, this is everything that everyone can walk onto. So they can walk on here, that makes sense. They can also walk on here. Okay, let's go back to concept so I can try to explain it, both for my sake and for explaining verbally. If we go, how about here? I'll turn back on my tablet. What I think is happening is things are overlapping. As an example, we have this layer here for customers and players. We'll just say it's the wizards. We'll give them a little wizard hat in their wizard bodies. And they have this layer here. And the issue I'm running into right now is that things are overlapping, which is making everyone confused. They're wondering why both of their layers are the same thing. What we need to do is have one layer for all, and then one layer for ethereal creatures, or in this case, just ghost. So ghost would be all plus ghost, compared to just doing both at the same time. That's where I think it's getting confused at. So for example, how we have floors. Since both can go on floor, that would be considered all. Since ghosts can go through walls, that would be something only ghosts can do. I think that's where it's getting confused at. Hopefully, we can see. So we go back to Godot. This would be navigation layer, both world and ghost. So let's tackle that first. Where can both ghost and world walk on? That would be, unless it freezes, in which case, water break. So both ghost and customers can walk on the floor. That's where they both can do. So that's both for that. And then the other layer would just be everything aside from that, is what I'm thinking, how this navigation layer thing works. And if this isn't working, we'll just close it and reopen it. And close, reopen. I'm hoping it is the case though. I really do want to try to get out the prototype this week, but if all else fails, we always have next week to work on it. Well, I work on it this week regardless, but I mean streamed it next week. So we're back in here, and I keep saying so, like I don't want it in my vocabulary. We have it here, and oh, hi Steam Coco. Thank you for the
Coco
raid.
rated the stream with 4 views.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Hi. Welcome to stream. welcome to programming a game that is not working at the moment with navigation. But thank you for the raid regardless, and hi. I'm working on a rhythm typing game in a cafe setting, and right now we're trying to work on the ghost navigation. The customers and ghosts aren't walking to where they need to walk, and I think I know why. Hi indeed. Welcome. So let's see. I'm thinking it's because they're on different layers and everything's getting merged. So what I think we have to do is, if I go in here and I select both the floor, the navigation here is floor. This other floor, also floor. That makes sense. Then if we go into the second navigation, what we need to do is add wall as a way of they can navigate. So if I go in here and click, hold on. How do you do? But you'll say hi, Rick. Hi, Moon Raider. Thank you for coming. Welcome. And cool avatar. Thank you as well. Thank you for the raid. I did say that, didn't I? And everything's a little bit scattered today. Regardless, though. Let's see. If I do this, hopefully, let's see if this works. So they can walk through here, and they can also walk through tables. Hopefully, that makes it so the customer is still working. This game I'm developing, it's been since. For what, didn't hear? The raid. Thank you for the raid. That's what I said. Okay. I'm zooming in here. I'm trying to get up the navigation working, but we struggled with it yesterday, trying to see if we can get it working today. Oh. Okay, I thought things froze for a second. I see. Yeah, and just getting things working, moving things around, and trying to see why things aren't working the way they are. Okay, so if I click play, fingers crossed, the customers can now do what they need to do as customers. If I spawn them, there are things. I see. Memory. Okay, so if I spawn them, seat them. Oh, hold on. It's looking like they're, nope, never mind. They're dying again. They're dying all over. Okay, but it's working better-ish. So it seems they're dying less than they were. The navigation seems a little bit fixed. We're on the right path. And in saying that, let's see. So navigation layer is set to 1. Oh, I think I know why. This needs to be set to 2. Now are you working? Let's see. Press play, open up game capture, click spawn, click seat. Oh, I think we have it working now. Hold on. So customer walks up through, customer's going to the area, customer sits down. Working. Okay. Good. Now that we have that, aside from Godot closing, in which case I'll take some water, let's check to see if the ghost navigation is working. And yes, I did make the art as well. Most of this stuff is prototype art, but I am also making the pixel art for the game too. It's a matter of trying to both strengthen my programming abilities and also the pixel art abilities. So if we go ahead and good customers, yes, the customer's working. Is the ghost working? Let's see. We want the ghost to follow the player and go through things. That is the whole point of this ghostly visage. Let's go ahead, open this guy back up. Okay, ghost isn't, but I don't think I set the ghost to walk through. If I quickly change that setting, so in here in our ghost, in our navigation agent, it should be navigation layer 2. Now is it working? Fingers crossed. And in that case, oh, hold on. Oh, I also didn't put the navigation agent up, did I? Let me go ahead and do that. So let me do. Unless Godot does the thing, which is fine. Or water time. Oh. Cap can also drop as well. Okay, so let's see. Godot's opening, give it a second. Navigation seems to be good for customer. That is good. Ghost, on the other hand, if we turn this guy on, we should be able to see where it's going. And let me go ahead and enable you. Right now, the ghost is trying to figure out its navigation. It's working in a long line, and it should cut through this table. It doesn't want to cut through said table. Okay, but it's seeing it as a way. I think maybe it has to do something with collision. So we just need to look at the collision. I think that's the issue we're running into. It's navigating properly. That's what the line is connecting. The collision, something's off with the collision. We're making progress. Far more than we did yesterday. But if we didn't struggle through a few hours of not figuring it out, we wouldn't have been able to go through this way. So this collision, not a thing for this ghost. Did that set its problems? Let's see. This ghost has no collision shape, so it can't collide. Okay, bring back the collision shape. Never mind. Let's see. Navigation's working. Yes. Navigation's working. Now we just need collision. So if I go ahead here and disable the collision, does it work now? Or at the very least, let's set the collision to ghost layer. Let's see. It detects not world. It detects ghost and player. So it doesn't detect seats. It detects not customer, player. So player should be able to interact with it, but that's about it. And for the rest, it exists on the layer of ghost. Do we have a ghost layer? That's product layer, object layer. We'll make layer 7 ghost. Rename, and what do we get? We get fingers crossed. And, oh, it's working, look at that. Oh boy, this is great news. It's now floating through things, and does it float through this wall? It should, and it does. Great. Now all we're missing is that it's going underneath the tabletops. So we just need the ghost to not phase behind the tabletops. And that should be, fingers crossed, as simple as just changing a value in ordering. So if we close it, reopen it, and close the Godot itself, it appears. Some more water time. Yep, just layer order. Slowly making our way downtown. So we go ahead and I keep saying so. I don't know what it is today. Let me see if I write it down. Oh, hold on. And there we go. Okay, I wrote it down. Hopefully I can remember. We can go ahead into the ghost layer itself. And down here is where we have to change the ordering. And that's the Z index. So that's what I'm thinking is issue. If we change that 2 to 3, maybe now the ghost will go over things. And it seems to be the case. If we go here and up here, it's working. That's good news. If we go up here, ghost should just go through things, and it should be able to go through this table. It can also go through the table. Wonderful. It seems to be working out on everything. And then depending on our ordering, you can mix things up. But for now, collision's working. And thank you for the follow. Techno Knight, is that it? Welcome to stream. Yeah, I'm a wizard. I'm a wizard. Well, it would be appropriate considering the game. It's also raining? I see. Oh, you just find game development so soothing to have as background, and it's also raining. I see. Yeah, I do like game development chatter, or just programming, like the sounds of key typing. I say as I'm waiting for Godot. And thank you as well, Steamed Coco, for the follow. Despite the Godot holdups. But that's okay. It's slowly working through the process, and that's why I have a mechanical keyboard. I like the sounds. And Godot is up and running again, which is good. I say as it closes. I think I jinxed it. But just reopening it, and we're all good and dandy. The nice thing about Godot's engine is the fact that it takes less than a few seconds to open and close. I have at least heard that other engines are a little bit longer, so thankfully it's not too much of a hiccup. With that all nice said and done, I'm going to go ahead and quickly save what we have. So in case we do have, the keyboard is also a split. It's a mechanical keyboard that I have. Oh, also chat's working again, or is it? I can't tell. Some of it's working, some of it's not. How odd. I can go ahead and type, what am I typing? I'm typing ghost, collision. There we go, ghost collision and navigation. N-A-V-I-G-A-T-I-O-N. Now that we have that saved, in case we do mess up later, we have something to go back on. What split keyboard do you use? Oh, you mean the brand. I don't know off idea. I'd have to look it up later. But it is, I've had it for about a year, and I do like it, but I don't know the brand itself. Not too good on the technical things, if you couldn't tell, hence the crashing and everything. But overall, it's just a matter of learning. We have the ghost. That's all good and dandy to go. Dandy. We can go back into concepts. And now that we have that problem, I'm glad that's what it was. The fact that we had 2 layers trying to manage 2 different things. So we have the real world and the ghost world. That's why it was I can't say that word. Kinetis Advantage 360. I think I see. Kinetics, right? Tactile. We can go back up here. We have follow player, ignore collision. Both of those things are good to go. So you can go ahead and give both of them a good check mark. Beat customer's timer. That's gonna be tricky. Let's skip that for now and work on banishment, which is just also trapping the ghost. I'll go ahead and also erase this guy here just to make it easier with the arrows. Like here. Right now, the idea is that ghosts will have to be served a certain type of food, and it starts with nostalgia. So right now, right now it's nostalgia, and the food type can be muffin. Next step of the game is to add in said food type so we can banish the ghost. And that's gonna be a little tricky, I feel like. Step 1 is making the food. Step 2 is letting the ghost receive the food. Let me go ahead and write that down. And let me move these guys out of the way now that we figured out why collision was as wonky as it was. Let's go ahead and move you here. Okay. And go ahead and grab you. And I'm realizing this. Before we work on that part, let's finish the navigation. And This was something we also ran into issues of. We need different states for the ghost. So we need the wander, A-N-D-E-R, the wander state, the idle state, I-D-L-E, the idle state, and the follow state, F-O-L-L-O-W. Follow state's working fine. We just need the wander and the idle. Idle state's idle working always. Wander is what we were also running into issues of and figuring out where to walk to, who to go to. And as I said before earlier at the beginning of stream, at this point, instead of randomizing, let's just hard code some semblance of wandering without it actually being randomized. And hi, the one white bean, welcome to stream. So we can go back into, where are we at? Do a sprite, Godot. And in here, what I mean, and as I say that, let me go ahead and turn off the collision here, or not the collision, the navigation visuals and seeing it. Make it a little bit easier to look at. Grab the customer and make sure the navigation agent is also disabled now that we have that working. And why is Godot flickering? Hold on. But also, oh, I see why. There's two of them going on. There we go. That should be better. I can go ahead and grab like I said before, I see, right. You gotta, it takes a second for things to get used to memory. I'll try to remember though. I always try to remember, but gonna focus on it. Debug, disable. What I'm thinking is, compared to having a way to show, okay, walk this way until you walk into a wall, instead, what I'm thinking we should have is, and I already have it in the game, so it'll be easy to create. These things are called targets. They establish where customers or anything will go. That's what these orange little guys back here behind the chairs are. You can kind of see when I hover, it says seat target. Whenever the customers are looking to go to a seat, all I just have to do is put a target down for where they can be seated at. This is an exit target, and this is a wait spot. What I'm thinking we can do is set up some of these targets to be where Ghost will go to, and then we have a list of targets, kind of like with the customers, and the Ghost can slowly shift through and move to different targets on the screen. Instead of just having them aimlessly wander, we can kind of focus and narrow down positions they can wander at, is what I'm thinking compared to raycasting. So we'll just say, all right, after timer, test to see if you want to move. If you don't want to move, you idle. If you do want to move, go to one of these available spots. That's what I'm thinking. And saying that it should, fingers crossed, be easier to implement since we already have it set up like that for our customers. And that's what this guy is here, our customer manager. It's responsible for spawning the customers and also choosing where the customers go, which is nice. It's nice and dandy. And I think we just have to make not a customer manager, but a ghost manager, since we also need a way to track when the ghosts are being spawned, where are the ghosts at, what are the ghosts doing, all of those things. Hopefully, what we can do is make a ghost manager. I can go ahead and add another node. I'll call it the ghost manager. And I'm wondering if it should be its own scene, but for right now, we'll just do it this way. And we'll have the ghost here and call it Ghost Manager. And it belongs in our list of managers in our cafe. If we go up here, and all of these files in our customer, ghost, entity, managers. We need a customer manager. I can go ahead and duplicate this. So instead of customer manager, it says Ghost Manager, which is great. And duplicate it. And then go ahead and grab our ghost manager and drag them onto up here. And then under here, we can have a child node called Ghost, which is a node itself. Under child node, Ghost, and then GHOSTS. This is where the customers are kept. This is where the ghosts are kept in the game. And then these screens show what These screens show what the customer wants to order. That's what these menus are. Speaking of, we really don't need this guy anymore. So I'll go ahead and get rid of him for now. We can always add him later if we need to. Right now, this can just be canceled. And then quickly to just make sure it didn't delete anything, our customer suite list and our list grid cafe. We don't have that anymore. So just get rid of that to see what breaks on here. And class name customer manager. Oh, that's also duplicated from here. We just go into our ghost manager and set this to ghost manager. Ghost manager. Like that. Zoom in a little bit so I can see more. And grab our customer manager again. Down here, instead of our list grid add, we can go ahead and just say, get rid of this new customer progress tab cafe. We don't need this anymore since we only have one tab now. We can go ahead and get rid of this as well. Customer dictionary, rid of that. Rid of customer progress tab, rid of that as well. We go back up here to our customer progress cafe dictionary, get rid of that. We don't need that. And it should break things so that we don't have to break things later. Get or add new customer, grab you, and then customer container, customer progress tab, customer progress dictionary cafe. We can make this kitchen, like that. And that should work. And then down here for a dictionary instead of cafe, kitchen. So that should be set. Now we have a little bit less to work with, which is good. We want to clean up as much as we can, even if this is a little bit more of a messy prototype. The hope is that it won't be too messy that it's a little bit overwhelming to clean up. Back in here in our Ghost Manager though, we have customer scene, we have customer progress tab. We don't need any of this. We can go ahead and get rid of that. Customer list. This can be ghost list, and this is no 2D customers. Let's go ahead and make this unique. That's what that guy's saying. A lot of refactoring. I don't think it's refactoring, but a lot of just taking old code that we have and reusing it. Access as unique name, and this will be ghost. So GHOSTS, ghost. This is the wait spot, list grid cafe. We don't need any of that as well. This is not seat manager. It is now an idle manager. Idle, or I guess it would be more spot manager, target manager. These are just positions they can go to. The thing is, well, maybe it should be seat manager. It's kind of like a seat, isn't it? And noticing and dying a second. I'm wondering if probably it's Godot freezing for a moment, so I'll give it a second to fix itself, or at least hopefully. And since it froze, water break time. Okay. I'm thinking, and what we want and how it's set up already is seats have occupied. Seats are occupied. That's how spots work. And since we want spots in the cafe to act as kind of pseudo seats or just positions, places that can be occupied, I'm thinking we can kind of use seats. If we go back to here, it should be fine. I think I have an overall target spot, and then seats are targets, different areas for targets. So we have our exit target and our seat target, and then we have the base class, which is target. And since this is not deciding to let me edit it, closing time and reopening time, give it a good old second. Wandering shouldn't be too tricky after that though, compared to before doing an idea of recasting and having the ghosts choose where they want to go. Now it's a thing of go here, or go here, or go here, or go here, instead of more randomness, which is fine. And the nice thing is we can always just add more targets if we want a little bit more randomness and where we want them to go. Back in here in our in our ghost manager, we have things we have to edit. For now, here we go, seat manager. What I wanted to take a look at is our seat target scene. That's what this guy is. And am I more productive when I say my thought process out loud, or when I work in silence? If I do work in silence, I do both. The thing is, depending on what I'm doing, for example, if I'm reading something online or watching a tutorial, I work better when I'm not speaking. Well, you can't really do that while streaming. So if I'm doing something related to research, I work better when I'm thinking, but for programming, I find speaking aloud certainly helps. I believe it's called the rubber duck method, where it's just a matter of, and I say enum direction, left, right, up, down, facing, exit direction. Let me pull up target. It's just a matter of when you explain your thoughts aloud, it can often help people, especially programmers. A lot of programmers will have a rubber duck on their desk that they speak to in order to see if they can solve a problem. So if they're stuck on a problem, they start speaking to the duck or whatever inanimate object they choose on their desk. And I find it's been fun to just speak to chat and just speak aloud my problems, as I found it's helpful when I try to explain it and work through it. And I think our target will work for what we need. The seat itself, this guy here, it extends from target and it just has directions where to face, which truthfully we won't need anymore considering the changes in the sprites, but we can worry about that later. Right now we were looking at target, and target works for what we need. The way target works is it has a customer. This won't be customer anymore, it'll be something else. And then we have a collision shape and we have a boolean for occupied. And if the spot is occupied, it says occupado. Otherwise, it lets it roam free. And what we need to do here is instead of customer, we need it to say, what are these called? These are called character body 2Ds, I believe. Extends node, this extends, yeah, character body 2D. That's what the target now needs to be. So we'll go ahead and say, well, this is a target for anything. That's why I'm thinking character body 2D. I'll go ahead and do this. And this can be character, 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 and that takes care of the rest, called when node. So utility customer claimed target. This is the issue we're running into right now, is that everything's hard-coded for customer. We need it coded for any entity. And in saying that, let's see. This is a signal that emits, and then on the customer, we have the customer checking to see if they did have that signal. And so I'm thinking, yeah, I think what would be better would be having customer claim target and maybe also a function for ghost claim target. And I think that'll work a little bit better. We have a character here, and we have to go here and if body equals customer, if body equals character right now, and do all of this, oops. So we'll just have it, depending on what the body is, have it admit that thing. We can go ahead and, you're your own duck now. Yeah, that's the thing, it's fun. You can just explain, and I find it helps with letting things smooth along instead of trying to just sit there and focus and not speak. Otherwise, the way I best figure out my productivity is drawing everything. Hence the concepts app where writing it out also seems to help, or just coming up with little doodles. It definitely helps. I'm doing all the things in hopes of making my brain properly. Utility.target.occupied. Oops. Customer. Apparently we don't need this. I'll grab that U. Check if claimed. So target new customer. Target new customer. This doesn't need to be customer anymore. It just needs to be character body 2D. And this is new character. There we go. If target equals self, customer customer equals character. So character equals new character. And then assign customer. These would all be customer, which is fine. All of these are their own functions. They're assigning customer, an unassigned customer, occupied. What I'm thinking here instead is, instead of unassigned customer, it's unassigned character. And this is assigned character. To give it a little bit more variety. So character. And this is new character. You can just grab what we have up here, like so, and have it set. So it'll check things exterior. This will just help in the sense of saying, all right, this is what we need. This is what we have. And character equals character. Utility.setTarget.admit self. New character, not customer. And then unassigned character. This is now character equals null. That works all nice and dandy. And set color. Set color is fine. Set color just changes the color depending on if it's occupied or not. I can go ahead and save everything here. And since now this is good to go on area body 2D, if body equal character, and we can go ahead and if body equal character. What this is checking is to see if this is the correct body, and I think this works. I think this is fine. And you're new to game dev, a few months in, and chose Godot as your game engine. It's awesome to observe my thought process, and it helps you learn other ways to think of design, like my target node in their states. I'm glad you're giving game dev a try. A few months in, and you're still going. That's the part that matters. And what I'm doing, I forget what it's called. Hold on. Nope, I don't remember. It's a certain way of structuring your code. I used to do things based off of inheritance, composition. I'm trying to do composition-based code instead of inheritance-based code. I've used inheritance before, and inheritance is kind of taking things, making things as specific as possible. What composition, like for example with their states, and if we go back here to for example, the customer state machine, this would be all in one block, but because of composition, I can delete everything still works, or I can add a state and everything still works. And so I'm finding composition helps a lot better in terms of making things broader and less specific. And I'm glad my thought process is helping you figure out the things you want to do. That's one of my goals. Figuring out and seeing what works for me, and hopefully helping others, or others helping me. depending on the thing. Let's see. Utility.target is occupied. I think this is all good. What we have to do now is just go through previous code and update things, and we want to make sure this is updated so that it's working. For example, here where it says if body equals character, this is all fine and dandy. What happens is it gets assigned, and then this happens. So after assigning, it checks to see if there's a lot of bodies going on. This makes sense and this works. We can go ahead and have that assigned character, good. Now what we have to do is if I click play, it's going to crash when I spawn in a customer. I assume because we have functions set up everywhere. Now we have to go through and refactor everything. Here we go. So export var seat manager. Var seat manager expected variable name. Ooh, hold on now. Where are we at? Oh, ghost manager. I see. Ghost manager's having some issues because we don't have a seat manager. Got ya. That's okay. What we have to do then is add our quote-unquote seat manager. And the seat manager was responsible for keeping every seat. They had a collection of seats. This is the spellcasting panel. I can go ahead and close that. That's product manager. This is our seat manager. And how I have the seat manager set up is that we have this node for bottom tables, for bottom seats, and this one for top seats. And then it just goes through all of these seats here to say, this is where seats can stay. We just need a seat manager, but instead of a seat manager, it's going to be a target manager for the ghost. I think I can just, no, if I duplicate it, I've had issues with duplication where it makes an exact duplication. So instead, I'm going to just start from scratch in just a seat manager and a target manager. And while I'm waiting for Godot to see if it can do its own thing, I'll get some coffee. Telling you, I think I made it a little bit too sweet. And it's frozen. I'll give it another second, but if not, we'll go ahead and close it. And reopen. And since it's deciding not to do the thing, I'm going to close it as I said. I make up on my promises, Godot. And while we're waiting on that, since it's deciding to be a little wonky, or hold on, are we gonna have a peaceful exchange? I don't think we are. I'm gonna go ahead and close it. Oh, never mind. Oh, it heard my threats. And now it's working. Wonderful. Let me make sure I save. That's important too. I feel like at this point, my pinky's always on control and my ring finger's always on S. It's just a habit I've picked up while trying to get better at anything really, even art. I always spam save, even if I've already saved recently. Back in here though, we can go ahead and grab our node. We'll make a new node. And this is going to be our, I thought target, but I'm thinking this is ghost position, ghost idle position manager. That is what it is. MANAGER. This is where spots ghosts can go to idle, and those will be scattered around the map. And then after timer is up, the ghost can say, all right, do I want to move or do I want to stay here? They're going to be swapping and playing musical chairs. That's the idea behind that. We can go back into our seat manager. We go in here, seat manager, and our managers. We can duplicate that. Instead of seat manager, it can now be ghost idle position manager. There we go. And duplicate. Let's see. Sometimes Control S when you sneeze. I can believe it. It's just a habit you pick up. And the good news is it's not a bad habit. If anything, it'll save you once or more, as maybe your computer will shut down and you're like, did I save? But no, you did save. You saved when you sneezed. I can 100% believe it. Ghost idle position manager. That is what this is. Ghost idle position manager. And the thing is as well, it's a thing of thinking and seeing this, and the ghost idle position manager basically does the same thing as the seat manager. Truthfully, there probably is, yeah, you can kind of see for table and gets chairs. I'm seeing this and I know it and I'm thinking it, and the idea is that I probably should just have at least one, one script, and Control S and Control Z are your most used shortcuts. My keyboard's S button is faded. It's just a little faded. Speaking of sneezes. Okay, I see it. Oh, okay, I did read that. I set VS Code to save 3 seconds after you stop typing? That's a thing? And okay, I did read that as well. That's interesting. I didn't know that was a thing. That being a thing is nice. 3 seconds though is... that's pretty recent. I'm seeing this, and at this point, it is a target manager. That's what this guy is, really. And saying all of that, I'll just go ahead and delete you, remove you. We don't need you. Really, we need just the seat manager. Target manager. This is a target list, not a seat list. Target and seat target, it is an array of targets. That's what it really is. And our occupied list. This is a list of just things that can be occupied in our targets. And since our seats are targets, they work in this hopeful case. So target manager. And we'll just go through and redo all of these things. For example, down here, let's see. Seat list depends seat list. It is now our target list. This is now our target list, and I should just be able to do Control F, Control R, rename, match case, whole word, replace all. So now that's target list, occupied list. This isn't customer. It's assign random seat to what can we call it? Instead of customer, assign random target. That's what it should be as well. Let's go ahead and do assign random target to we could call it NPC, truth be told. Up here in our seat, where are we getting the seat from? Oh, I see. For list and get children. That's what the table is. And then for target and list, seat, target list, append target. That makes sense. And then remove seat from occupied list. This should be remove target from occupied list and assign random target, not to customer, but to and from. This should be target, like that. Remove target from occupied list. That makes sense, And let's see, remove target. I spelled that wrong. There we go. Good. Remove target from occupied list. This is no longer customer. This is now character body 2D. And this is also character body 2D. Should still work the same. Go ahead and save. And instead of customer, we have the customer say, what should it be? It's always a type. We're a name casting thing, figuring out what proper thing to go. But the nice thing is you can always change it later. I like to always attempt to do it as reading broken English. For example, what does this function do? It removes target from occupied list. And this is the customer. In this case, I think it's a little bit wonky. For example, when it says remove target, you expect the target to be here, not the customer or the thing that it's removing. Let's see. Target owner. That's what it should be called. Target owner. Who owns the target at the moment? I think that makes more sense. We can go ahead and go in here and just make all of this target owner. So FR, find replace, make sure it matches, paste, replace all. That gets rid of that. So this should still work. The thing is, we'll have to go in and edit a lot, which shouldn't be too tricky, I say, until it actually is super tricky. If we go back into up here in our customer manager, now go ahead and grab this guy here. A lot of this stuff should be changed. For example, this is no longer our seat manager. I'll find and replace, and this is now our target manager that we export to and replace all. And now this is target manager, manager. There we go. And when we do assign and remove, that's what I'm wondering here. As down here, you can kind of see where are we at? Our target manager, fine. When are we using this? Target manager dot assign random seat. That would crash this as it actually isn't that anymore. It's now assign, and if we go back into where are we at? Our seat manager, now it's target manager. Where are we at? Seat manager, is that where we are? Yes. Remove target from occupied list. That's now what it is. And assign random target to target owner. Target owner. Assign random target to target owner. That doesn't make sense either. Let's see. We could keep it now. Assign random target to character. How about that instead? Assign random target to character. Yeah, character. And here we can just do target owner. Oops. Target owner instead because target hasn't been owned yet. So this is the new character that is getting assigned. Like that. And I think that works. Oh, hold on. Target owner, target owner, target owner, target owner. Makes sense. Remove target from occupied list, and it does it by target owner. Okay. Now we can go back in here with our seats target and close all of these really. I'll close all other tabs to make things easy to see, as I do tend to get confused. We have our seats manager, which now isn't even seat manager. Now should be target manager. That makes more sense. And then up here in our seat manager, oh, hold on. This is our seat manager, but the seat manager is a target manager. That's all that is. And it's not different, it's just the name. So this is fine. And this is also fine. This is managing seats, but it is, oh, register seats, register targets. That's also now that. And register seats, register target. A little bit of a difference. Just nice and dandy. And doing all of this, if we go back to our, where are we at? In our customer manager, this is where these functions come into play. Container, seat manager, target manager, dot assign random seat to customer. It now needs to be something like assign random, and we can check as well. Assign random target to character. We can go and do that. There we go. And I think that's it for as far as target manager is concerned. Find a place. It seems to be the case. And that target manager now, if we go to our customer manager, it now needs a target manager. We have seat manager. And we go ahead and select that. And saying all of this, let's see, ghost idle manager. So we don't need a ghost manager here, or we do, but we don't need a target manager. That's why I got rid of that. We have customer manager, we have customer options, customer progress, ghost manager, target manager. There should only be one. There doesn't really need to be a seat manager. The target manager is just keeping track of what targets are occupied and rearranging. And I think something that maybe the ghost one does that other ones don't do is we need a randomize or a new change function to change the seats. And I think that should be fine to do in the regular one. Maybe it'll come in an instance where, I don't know, because of the way the school is, maybe it would be a fun mechanic to have where some students don't want to sit beside other students. So if they sit down beside, just as an example, if a pyromancer sits beside a cryomancer, maybe the pyromancer doesn't want to sit beside the cryomancer. So the pyromancer gets up and changes their seats. This is a school of division, and this cafe is meant to serve as a way to bring everyone together as they're sharing their spells, their different recipes, and coming together to make different foods. And it's supposed to be a melting pot area in all of this. You have to be this. That's why the character is being sent there to be a necromancer, but she wants to be a chef. So she's diverting from the path that was set for her. And it's an attempt to keep that theme going throughout the game. And as I say that, let me get some coffee. Okie dokie. And saying all of that, I think this is good. I think this works. This is in our customer manager. Makes sense. Question is no. And seeing what breaks, so I'll go ahead and run it. What are we angry at? I see. Export var seat manager. What we need this to be is export var target manager. For now, let's have it equal to null, since it doesn't need to be anything. Hopefully that works. And why are we not working? Hold on. You always forget the simple things as well. Export var what? How does this work again? Is it like this? Export var... Oh, I know why. Export var target manager like that. And then equals null. Isn't that what you want, I think? Yeah, hold on. Export var, and you're exporting the var type. Target manager. Oh, this is where we just go back to previous code and see what I type. That's always the easiest. You go back to ghost manager. It's typed like this. So export var. Okay, that's how I did it. We'll just don't mind me while I just copy and paste. And with that said, our target manager, our customer scene, make customers, add to list, add move to wait spot. All of this needs to be changed. For now, we can just do this and pass. Oops. Pass. These stuff can be edited and tweaked once we get there. So for now, we'll just comment it out. Pass. If customer equals wait spot. Is everything good now? We shouldn't have to do any of these functions as nothing's being done. And with that said, right, check to see customer. On see customer pass. Yep. Okay. Where are we at, Godot? What are you seeing? Okay. Oh, oops. Let's go ahead and delete ghost as well. We don't need ghost at the moment. And you can also see down there in the debug. Where are we getting? Node not found, ghost. I see what you're angry about, and it's okay. We have the thing for you. This is our ghost manager. This is customer list. Right now, our customer list is node 2D. We'll just drag that ghost guy here. That should be good to go. You're happy now? Okay, what else are you angry about? Node not found, wait spot. I see. Gotcha. I know what you're saying, and I understand it. Wait spot, we don't need wait spot. So, bye-bye to wait spot. In target manager, we will need that. Our wait spot here, if customer equals wait spot on customer seat being pressed, check to seat customer. Don't need any of that. And what else? Navigation server. Every time, I'm not sure how this navigation server works. Good news is it seems to be working so far until it doesn't. Okay, check seat customer. Not declared. We can go ahead and do you, pass. We don't need any of you yet. We just want to make sure customers are working before we go into Ghost as we try to refactor everything. So save and then play. What do we get? Okay, no errors. Hopefully it stays that way. We can go ahead and click spawn. Okay, this is where we come to some errors. We'll go ahead and do, oops, wrong thing. Assign customer and base node target. This is now assign character. We can go ahead and do that change. Assign character. Assign character. Any other ones we can do? Set character. Now this is new customer, progress tab, kitchen. That seems to be fine. There'll be a lot of opening and closing as we figure out what it's angry about. For example, assign, I didn't spell it right. Hold on. Assign character. CHU. Assign character. Now press play. What do we get? Spawn. Where are we at? Target.customer. Target.character. That is now what we need. Target.customer, occupied seat.customer. This is all changed. And it's not too easy to tell what's going on in here right now. Oh, we're in the ghost state machine. Yeah. Okay. Well, target.character. That is what we have. Occupied seat.customer. That's .character. And click play. What do we get? What are we angry about? Okay, spawning's working. Seating's not working. Why is that? Wait spot.character. Wait spot.character. Customer spot. That makes sense. Wait spot.character. Okay. Are we good to go now? Let's see. Just clicking and checking. Spawn seat. All right. Character, assign customer. Occupied list, character, assign customer. Assign customer and base. It needs to be assigned character. You can go ahead and do that now. Assign character. And is that good to go? Let's see. Click, play, restart, go. Spawn, seat, target.character. Play. Where are we at now? Spawn, seat, wait spot, unassigned character. Click play. Spawn, seat. Okay. Any other crashes? So I want to make sure we get through this without any aid. Pull the game back up so we can see if it works now. They want an order. Oh, can we get the order if you'll let us? Okay. Now it's not letting us get said order. Interesting. Spawn seat. Yeah. Seating's working, spawning's working. But now we're not able to interact with the customer. Odd. Let's go ahead, and if we go back to hiding this, we go into our player. In our player, we can enable a way to show who's entering and who's exiting. We go up here on area entered, if body is customer. Customer range append. I want to print the body to show that the customer is able to interact with the player, as we were able to seat them, if I'm not mistaken. Now this is game development. Exactly. It's better than bug testing, I tell you that. Far better. Okay. What works is we can seat the customer, so that is working. It's when they sit in the seat that they're having issues. Good news. Slowly but surely, I'm telling you, it's a work in progress, but I do enjoy it. I don't enjoy bug testing, but I enjoy this part of problem solving. But I mean, this is technically a bug if you squint and think about it. Customer progress in line. I think it's something here that's making the customer act a little wonky. Let's see, customer update progress, take order. Customer.update progress. Customer progress waiting for waiter. I understand. Utility.take customer order. Emit customer.update progress. Customer.progress waiting for order. Makes all sense. Sounds good. Seating customer. The issue is we're not able to take order. Customer. Interact with customers in range. Print. Print customer. Customers in range. It should give us a list of all the customers when we interact with them. I'll go ahead and when I spawn, it should print the customer. And it does. And then when the customer goes to sit, does it still work? Let's check. It does. Customer's ready to order. Never mind. Huh. I don't know what's working now, but now it's working. Interesting. Huh. Is it working now? I think so. That's the other part of game dev is it's working. How? It's working. Why not? But I think it's working. Let's try playing through the game and setting things up to see if it truly is. We can go back and click play. Give it a second. And I can go ahead and die for a moment. Click on you. Oh, click on show you. Indeedy. Let's see. Spawn. Spawn's working. We can go ahead and seat the customer. Customer's idle. Let's go ahead and spawn someone else. Let's also seat them. You could also get seated. They take a second to read. This is where they would be reading their menu. They're both now ready to order. Let's go up to this guy, grab their menu. Sweet, sweet cake. Alrighty. What about you? Sweet, sweet cake as well. Let's see if we can get someone who's not sweet, sweet cake. And sometimes it'd be like this. It does. It do be like this. Let's see. You're also not sweet, sweet, right? Are you going to be sweet, sweet? Or is my luck just... my luck just sweet, sweet? Oh, sweet bitter. Okay. It's just a randomization. That's good. Okay. Let's go ahead and make a sweet, sweet cake then. Give it to the sweet bitter person. And we'll go from there. Let's do the song. The sweet, sweet. And it's cake. Make it SOSE, SK, FRO, T, exclamation. Exclamation. There we go. Grab you. And sweet bitter is 3. Let's see if it'll let us serve to 3. It does not. That's good. And it should let us serve to anyone else. It does. They should be able to eat. Take their food. Need an order, or not an order, receipt. Aha. Okay, we got a bit of a crash. Hold on. Down here, seat.customer again. Let's see. Seat.customer. F. This is the only spot it happened. So seat.character is now what it is. Seat.character. Okay, let's see if we can get the order through. Make sure that's all being done and dandy. We'll go ahead and seat you. Let you read, let you take your order. What do you want? Sweet bitter cake? Sure, we can do that. You can go back into here. Sweet bitter, cake, like you. Okay. AGENE, THEANK, BITKED, BRYNC, exclamation. Okay. Grab it. Bring it over. You should be able to leave your seat and be served. All of those things. You'll eat for a second. Get your order. You should be able to leave. Can you leave? You can leave. And another customer can spawn. Wonderful. We seem to have fixed it. Isn't that dandy? And that's nice and good. Okay. And saying all that, Godot does its usual thing, but it's a-okay. We got what we needed from it in the moment. And I'll go ahead while I'm waiting, get some water. Okay. And all of that nice done and said, we can go ahead and save a backup now that we have refactored seats target, seats manager, to target manager. Yeah, we're making our progress downtown. Add these changes, go ahead and commit these changes, make sure they're all good. Okay, now that that's saved, we can now focus on back on the ghost. That was a bit of a diversion, but it'll help since later on if we want to do other characters or creatures, as I do want to do skeleton butlers or skeleton maids, and that'll be handy in being able to have a seats target, a target manager instead of a seat target manager and the ghost target manager. One manager, but it does different things depending on what we need. If we go back in here into the target manager, I want to have a function for reroll. Reroll target. Func, and let me zoom in a little bit so I can see a little bit better. Func, and this will go out of here. So we need it not to be underscore. So reroll target. And then with reroll target, we need the character, or the target owner, and that is the character body 2D, and we go ahead and do void. And this function, what we want to do is to just choose a different target from the list. If occupied list has target owner, that makes sense, This is removing, this is assigning. We need to unassign, reassign. Okay, I see what we do. What we need to do then is take the current target, what we need to do is have a temporary, have a current, have a new. We set the current to temporary. It's a lot of mixing around with places, but we should be okay. Reroll target owner, as we want to choose a new target. What we need to do now, I'll do it in here as well. Steps that are needed to be taken, and let me enter so I can see a little bit better. We need to find new empty target and set target. Set target. We also need to unassign old target, like that. And I'm thinking what we can do is do target or var old target equals what are we doing? Var old target equals target owner target. Let's see, target owner dot should be, what is it? Target owner dot oh, this is where I forget everything. If target list or occupied list, there we go. Old target owner equals occupied list target owner. Right now how I have it set up is that the occupied list is searched through by the target owner. I think it's a dictionary, right? Yeah, I have it set as a dictionary, and then the target or the occupied list is set up depending on what said dictionary, and then we make sure it's not in the dictionary. Okay. Occupied list dot get or add, and we check to see if it's in there, and then we assign the target list. Pick random target list dot erase occupied list. I see. So it's something like this, and I'm hoping we can use this function. Just a matter of figuring out what's going on here. And I try to add comments, but I only try to add comments when things are needed for said comments. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. For example, I understand what's going on, but I also don't understand what's going on. Assign random target to character. If we go into, where are we? Our customer, and where are we at? In our customer, player character. Here, our customer and our customer manager. This is how it works currently. When the spawn button is pressed, or when they're spawned, we have a wait spot, which is this guy here, and they get spawned at this spot. And then they get picked up by the player when they are, where is it? On seat customer pressed, on spawn button pressed, I see. Once the character is claimed, then they seek out a new target. We make the customer, we add them to the list and move them to the wait spot. Then we add options container and we add both to the dictionary, and that is that. And then on seat customer pressed, or when they're seated, then what happens is we change the container, we set the seat, that's where the seat manager or the target manager comes into play, and then we have a wait spot and we unassign the wait spot. That is how it's done. In our ghost manager, that's basically the same thing that we need to do, but a little bit tweaked. If we go ahead and do here, for example, the ghost doesn't have a wait spot. We could have a wait spot in the sense of ghost existing, but we don't really need a wait spot. I don't think that's fine. Or I mean, I think that's fine. We can go ahead and grab this guy, zoom out a little bit, roll in a little bit, move this guy over, and slide to the left, like that. Okay. And saying all of that, we have not a customer list, but a ghost list. We have the target manager. We don't need this progress here. We don't need a current customer number. This is current ghost number. So find a place, current ghost number. I think that's good. It just gives track of the names. So GHOST, current ghost num, replace all. There we go. Okay. And then on spawn button pressed, or when they're spawned, it's print rich, spawned ghost. GHOST. Let's make the ghost color, is it LAVENDER? The lavender, is it DAR? I think it's DER, right? Let me double check. Paste, enter. Yep, LAVENDER. Wonderful. Okie dokie. And in that sense, yep, make customer, add to list, and move to wait spot. What we want to happen is we want the ghost to not new customer. So we want to make a new ghost. So new ghost. And all of that needs to be changed. But customer, it is now ghost. And instead of customer scene, which I think is what we had up here, if we go back to our, where are we? Our customer manager, which is, where are we at? Customer manager. Unless it freezes. Which case, not a big time. Save. Doesn't want to save. It's already saved, though I can see it because of the lack of star, but it did freeze. And I'll give it a second. We're gonna work with me, Godot. We're gonna have some problems. I'm not here to start problems, but I'll end them. Oh, we're good. It worked again. Okay. In our customer manager, we have up here a customer scene and a customer progress tab. So we need a ghost scene. That's where this comes into play. We can go ahead and just add this, preload, go into here, and instead of that being that, we go to our ghost scene, so our ghost character here, and drag and drop him into here. So it loads that ghost. Now down here we have, instead of customer scene, it's ghost scene. Var ghost scene and ghost scene instantiate instead of new customer dot name, as this is, oh, where are you getting new customer from? I guess it's new ghost. New ghost dot name equals current ghost num, and this just changes the number. That's all good. This wait spot position, we don't need a wait spot position. We just need a vacant spot. This is fine to just delete. Customer list dot add child. This is not customer list. This is ghost list. That add child new ghost, and we don't have a wait spot, so we can go ahead and get rid of wait spot. And this ghost list, let me double check, is up here. Yep, it is a node 2 ghost, and that is how in sense of where we at. Wait spot in our customer manager and our customers. So this is just adding the ghost. This should be S ghost like that as a child to our ghost manager, just keeping track of everyone. After we do ghost list dot add child for new ghost, we don't need an options container. We can get rid of that. And then this is a dictionary. This is the dictionary that keeps track of customers, it seems, as their progress. We don't need any of that. And this is else wait spot full. We don't need any of that. This is so far so good. On spawn button pressed, and we need a new button. We can go back into here and for now have a button to spawn ghost. And I'm wondering, oh, here we go, debug menu. No longer spawn button, this is ghost button. Let's just call it ghost, how about that? Ghost, and then on spawn button press, disconnect. We're gonna go ahead and just say, connect on cafe, on ghost pressed, on ghost pressed. And up here, let's see, print current unlocked, ready, init. Ah, I see. Forgot how it worked. I forgot you didn't have to use it on the main node tree. And this is ghost button. Let me make sure that's also right. Ghost button to make a ghost. And we can go ahead and disconnect. Yep, I want to disconnect and I want to reconnect. And it's getting connected to the ghost manager down here. There we go. Now on ghost button pressed. We can go ahead and grab you. On spawn press, nope. On ghost button pressed. Yes! There we go. So spawn new ghost. Oops. Ghost. So we can test it as well, and it should spawn a new ghost. Make customer, add to list, move to wait spot. That's not what's happening here. We're making ghost, make ghost, make ghost, move to random target. But we called it something else, didn't we? We called it like the, where is it at? Ghost idle position manager. That's what we called it. Well, this is more or less make ghost, move to random idle position target. Like that. It's a very long name. We could probably change it later, but for now, make ghost, move to random idle position spot. We add the ghost as a child. We don't need the ghost dictionary. That is not what we need. That's all good and dandy. The ghosts don't have a seat button pressed, so they're already in there. They're already doing their thing when this happens. What we can do then is take all of this and uncomment it. Once the ghosts are spawned, they need to be moved to a random spot that's not occupied. And this is if wait spot occupied. That's not what we need. Wait spot unassigned customer. This is all to deal with wait spot. We don't need it. Delete. It's nice to... I always have fun just deleting chunks of code, especially when it's getting smaller. What we need to do now, in here, and I'll go ahead and press enter. Delete customer. We don't need to delete customer here. This would be delete ghost. GHOSTS, as this is the ghost manager. So it deals with spawning the ghost and deleting the ghost. If we ever want to do things related to ghost, this is where we do it. I've found that to be a lot easier than having things delete this, having a deleter and having a creator for all things. So instead having it differently, this is where customers are managed, this is where ghosts are managed, this is where so-and-so are managed, to keep everything separate, especially if I want to manage things separately. The thing is, this is pretty much the same as the customer manager, so it's not as similar, but it's still a little different. The delete ghost, this is the ghost in question, and this is the ghost in question. And I'm not sure what we're doing here. Oh, I do know. This would delete the ghost from the queue. We can go ahead and do this at least, which deletes the ghost. And all this we don't need at the moment. Right now, all this does is just delete the ghost. Make ghost, move to item random position. This is making the ghost, and that is what that's doing. And now we need to move to random position. Move to random position. There we go. That's what comes next, and that's where the seat manager comes in. But first we need to assign the seat, or the target in this case. And back here where we have the seat manager, we also have the target manager. If we go down here to our target manager, we grab them, move them up here. It works the same way that everything else does. Find new seat, we can deal with that reroll in a bit. Right now, this ghost idle position manager has an export, or it does its thing, we're good. Here in our ghost manager, that's what I was looking for, we need that target manager. We go back into our inspector, we can go ahead and grab our ghost idle position manager, and that is our target manager. Next thing we need to do is move to a random position. This is where they'll sit in their spawn. New ghost and position. How do we set position again? Let's see. Customer manager. This is setting the new positions and everything. If we go into our, down here, it's a little bit of walking and moving to go up and down, isn't it? Let's hide this customer manager for now to make everything a little bit shorter. If we go back into our idle position manager, this is the same thing as it was before. We have an assigned random target, remove from occupied list. All of this takes care of what we need it to, which is nice. We can go ahead and do assign random target to character. And ghost manager. Wonderful. And this is our target manager, TRGT, target manager, oops, MANAGER, dot assign random target to character. Character in question is the ghost, or the new ghost. New ghost. There we go. And it assigns it to a target. Once we have that target all nice and dandy, new ghost dot position, or it should be global position, I believe. New ghost dot global underscore position equals target, or new ghost dot target dot global position. Moves to random position and assigns target, and moves to position. There we go. And that should work. Assigns target and moves to position. New target dot global position. Let's see if that works. Take a second to see and test. what we can do next is if we go into our ghost and our state machine, instead of follow, we can set it to idle instead. Make things a lot easier on us. Go back here. When our when our ghost spawns, if we go back into our ghost idle position manager, let's grab a target and set the target to be, how about here? Oh, wrong thing. Target to be here for our ghost target, and go back into target manager here. So hopefully what should happen is when we click the ghost button, the ghost should spawn here, since this is the only target it can spawn on. And let's go ahead and check and see if that works. Ghost. No, it does not. What is the issue? Set color on base nil. I see. Set color seems to be something only a seat can do. So let's make it a thing a target can do. Oh, I have no idea what that says, Aiden. Could you do it in English? I am learning Japanese, but it's a slow progress. Where was I? If I go here and do this, let's see how. Well, that's what we need to do, right? We need to just realign and reset it. Got ya. And okay. We go ahead and where are we at? There we go. Okay. Well, where were we? Oops. Everything's freezing again. Give it a second. Give me a second so it seems. And it's frozen. Give some coffee. Okay. And all of that being said, still frozen, so we might have to do a small Godot reset. I think we are making good progress though, if I do say so myself, which is great. It feels like it's moving in the right direction. Yesterday it kind of felt like it was more so wandering a little bit more aimlessly than previous times. I'm glad. Gonna close Godot, reopen Godot, give it a second to think about its life actions, life consequences, and go ahead and edit prototype and edit. There we go. And we should be nice and dandy. Reopen. Now what we have to do is, if we go into our target, here you can see that there is no color. Oh no, there is set color. It's saying color couldn't be set, which is a little odd. If we go back into our cafe, into our ghost manager, into our where are we at? Assign random target to character. Go through that. Set color. Set color should work. Occupied list character dot set color. This is the target we're setting it to. This is the occupied target. This is an array of targets. This is our target, and our target should have a function called set color. Huh. Wonder why it's angry. Let's see. No clue. Let's try running it again and seeing what happens. Maybe it assigned itself a little incorrectly there, or I'm not too sure. Let's go ahead and click play again. Because it decides to do all of that. Ghost. Alright. Non-existent function in set color in base nil. Okay. I semi-understand what it's saying, semi-not, and starting to slowly move. Hold on. Give it a second to see. Well, it's always the technical little things that are wonky, isn't it? And close it. I should start to live again in a second. Once the computer decides it's realizing, oh, you're not doing that thing we told you not to do anymore. There we go. It realized. So back into Godot we go. There we go. Edit, reopen, do all of those things. And now that we've done that, okay. Set color, that should work. Occupied list is a array of, ooh, I see. We have target lists in our array, and then we have occupied lists in our dictionary. Okay, I think I know what it's trying to say a little bit. Kinda, sorta. Right now, the way our occupied list works is that we have if occupied list has target owners, otherwise, but if we don't have any in our occupied list, then we can't do anything, can we? If we go back into our cafe here, that's what I think is the issue. And going back to Ghost Manager, like this, assign target and moves to position. Right now, when we set color, the issue is that the target list doesn't have anything to occupy to. And back in here in our, where are we at? Our list manager, assign random target to character, occupied list get or add character, occupied list, target list pick random. Huh, never mind then, I don't know. Let's just go into the code and see what it says. Go ahead and click play. Hi, Leon, welcome to stream. Welcome. I don't think I've seen your name before. Let's go ahead and do our spawn. And when we spawn Ghost, what happens? If we pull this up here, and let me go ahead and mute this as well. There we go. Okay. If I go and pull that up, we should be able to see we have our globals and our members. Okay. Our target list is a size of 0. The targets aren't being created. We do have an occupied list, but we don't have a target list. Occupied list gets our add. Our target list isn't being created for our targets. I think that's it. Hi, welcome. Okay. With that said, and if Godot will let me move around, what we need to do is figure out why. Oh, do you know why? I figured it out. The thing is, it's making, I'll show you. Right now, how I have things set up, we have the seat managers, right? And loving the stream reminds you of working on your game as well. I'm glad, and hello, hold on. La Taro, Gabrielle, or Gabriel, which one is it? Well, welcome to stream, and I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's always fun to walk things through and have crashes, just a smidge, but not too long. The issue it's running into is that it's going through this node and expecting a child. And because I only have this node here, it's only detecting this. What I would have to do is add a second node as it's looking at the embedded node. That's what it is. Lao, is that it? Low or Lao? I'm guessing Lao. And that's good to know. Gonna take me a second to remember, but slowly but surely. Add child node 2D. And if I do this, it should now work as it is a child of a child. And that's what the game is looking at. I think that's why it was angry. Let's go ahead and do a check and see. I'll go ahead and reopen the game. Ghost. Okay. It's still saying non-existent base nil. Totally 100%. Let's go ahead then and print the target list to make sure we have a list of targets. Register targets, assign random target to list, print target list. Let's start there and see what we get. As it should be one node, one target node. Spawn. Did it even print target list? It did not. It's an empty list. Okay. Let's go ahead and do. Gotcha. Printing empty. Right now we don't have a list of targets. Let's go back into here, save, and move it back up. Register targets. On ready, we register targets. This should work. Oh, figured it out. If target is seat target. No. If target is target. That is what we do. For target in target. Wonderful. Now does it work? Let's see. If I click ghost, now what are we getting? It needs to return a seat target. Nope, just needs to return a target. Oh, I tell you, I'm figuring it out. And now if we click play, go ahead and fingers crossed. I'll highlight this again. Ghost, where are we at? Global position on type nil. Got ya. Okay. Kind of working, kind of, sorta. We now have the target manager. If we go into the ghost list, and I'll hide this guy again so you can see, we have the new ghost, and it won't let me open the new ghost to see, but the new ghost target is nil. Interesting. Okay, let's have it print, not teleport right now, but just print new ghost dot target to make sure it actually has a target. Do we have a target? Let's print it out and see. Null. Okay. It's not being assigned. Okay. Assign random target to I keep saying customer. Customer was what it was initially. Let's also have it print out in the manager here, the target list, to make sure that was the issue. So print and go ahead and do print target list. this should say seat. Or, yeah, it should say, well, it should say seat, and I think the other one. If we go ahead and click play, where are we at? Yep, there we go. You can see it says target, and then it has seat target. That's good to know. It is working in that sense. We have two, as this is the seat target and the regular target. Am I working? Slowly but surely. Okay. That's good to know. With all of that said now, we should have, when we assign random target to character, this should work. Occupied list get or add. Occupied list character dot target dot list pick random. Target list erase occupied list character. Okay. When this happens, let's have it print out target list and see what we get. Target list. You got here a bit late, but just managed to show up. Thank you, thank you. Oh, hold on. Was it Queen or was it McQueen? Hi, welcome back. Remember the name? Not sure. I don't remember the certain one, but welcome back. Welcome to the trials and tribulations. Let's see. Okay. When I click ghost, target node, and then null. Okay. Let's close this. And where are we printing? I forgot a little bit. We're printing here, and we're also printing, where are we at? If we go back into our, not our seats manager, our ghost manager, we're also printing here. I think this is where it's printing null. If I go ahead and click play again, it should print the target. It does. That's good. That is great news. You can go ahead and freeze for a second is what we can do. And Godot can also freeze for a second. In that case, get some water. Oh, nice. And give Godot a second to think about its life actions and the consequences of said thing. I don't want to have to do it to you, Godot, but I will. I'm not afraid to use. Oh, good. We didn't need to go that far for it to realize. With that all said, McQueen, gotcha. I was close to remembering. With that all said and done, if we go back into our seats manager, right now it is printing the right target list. And then we have occupied list get or add. Occupied list character equals target list.pick random. What we now need to check is this. We need to print that. So print this. What do we get? We should get also target node. This guy. We should get that guy as well. We go ahead and do that. Ghost target node. It is working. Wonderful. Okay. Let's go ahead and with that done, print occupied list character. Then we do, as this is the seat. The seat's getting color set. The seat's also getting assigned the character. And then we're returning the seat. That is what's happening here. Okay. And let's go ahead and back this out. Yes, occupied list character dot assign character. Oh, you know what I just realized? I think the issue is if we go back to our customer manager, when we assign random, which is down here, where are we at? Assign list, assign random. Where are we assigning the customer themselves? Is this target manager is assigning random target to character? But it's not doing its thing with the thing. There's wait spot.character. This is assigning the target manager, but we don't have the actual target being assigned to the customer, it seems like, or the ghost in this case. If we go back into here, I feel like I want to see where this is getting sent to. I need to figure out the correct, let's see if I can find it. Give me 1 second, let me see if I can type it on Google. It's always the easiest way to figure it out. And then what I'm looking for is how to find and search the entire area. That is the goal here. Let's see. Let's see. What am I doing? We need to do Godot. Hi, Escobar. Welcome to stream. Welcome to staring at screens and seeing things crash. And did I solve my redirection? I got rid of it. Not happening here. Instead, we're going to do random set variation. It's going to work like the seats do, in the sense that we'll have random spots the ghosts can go to idle at, and we'll just choose from that. So it's like seats, but for ghost seats. Okay, with all of that said, what I'm trying to figure out at the moment is how to search all code in Godot. How to search all code in Godot. Shift Command F, it seems. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Good old problem deletes the problem. The good old problem, question mark, deletes it. What problem? Exactly. Problem? What? Yeah. I figured out, I think, the raycasting was a little bit too much and backtracked a little bit. I tried to work on that last night. It didn't work, so I just ended up going back a few versions that were saved and starting fresh. And I think this is a better direction than what was previously prescribed. Let's go ahead, assign random target to character. All right, so it says Control Shift F, find and paste, and let's find. Okay, so it takes place. Here is where it's called, here is where it's called, and here is where it's called. Container.setSeat, on seat. So find random seat for customer to go to. This is in our customer manager. Customer container. Container.setSeat. Container.setSeat. When we set seat, seat equals new seat. Container. Oh, it does set the customer's seat. Got ya. That is why. Container.setSeat. We're setting the seat of the customer. Gotcha. You seem to evolve into a more seasoned game dev with every stream. That's good. That's the hope of this. The idea is that the more problems I face, the stronger I get. As if I got it right the first time, that'd be a little bit scary. And I wouldn't complain. However, if I got it right the first time every time, I'd be a little bit concerned. I also wouldn't learn anything new. I like learning new things. It's fun. What is happening here is that the seat isn't getting assigned to the ghost. That is why the ghost isn't able to do its thing and figuring out what seat. In that sense, what we need to do is if we go into our, where are we at in our ghost idle manager? Or not our ghost idle manager, our ghost manager. When we do this, target manager.assign, we also need to do new ghost dot target equals, and I think this works. New ghost dot target, or rather, yeah, the target is assigned. So the ghost sees it as its target. Seems to be the case. I think that makes sense. New ghost assigned random seat target character. Let's copy this. Go back a little bit. Target manager. I see. Paste. There, like that. New ghost dot target. Target manager equals. Value of target cannot be assigned to a variable of type. Target 2D. I see. Assign random target to character. New ghost dot target. We go into here. Do is class name ghost. Ooh, I see. The ghost doesn't have a target like the customer does. And then I think the ghost is going to have to work similarly to the customer. But for right now, we can take from the customer. And if need be, we can merge them. For right now, the new ghost.target can equal you. Oops, hold on. Where are we at? I got lost. Customer, target. Yes, that makes sense. Let's close you. We don't need you. We don't need you. We need you. And our class name target. Oh, never mind. Export character target needs to be, I see. Right now, the ghost has a target and a position. That's the issue. Both of these are target, but because the ghost has a character body 2D, right now it only sees the player as its target, which is not what we want. The way the target works is where they should go to. Okay. In that case, I think it might have to be switched up a little bit. That's what I'm wondering. Right now, the way it works is wherever the target is, that's where they're going to. The target is what they're focused on. The seats are targets, so that's where the customers go to. And when they follow something, for example, the player, they follow the player. And the player is the target. Once you change the target, you change where they're looking at. But when they're sitting here at this target, for example, they're idle and then they're changing targets. Technically, it doesn't need to be their target. The seat just needs to know I'm being occupied right now. So in that sense, I think it's okay. What we can do is we can, instead of calling it target, let's call it the idle spot. We can leave target empty as in the targeting player, but for right now, let's just call it the idle spot where they're positioned at. It's a little bit different than target. but we might not need it, we'll see. If we go back into here then for our ghost idle position manager, and let's see, assign random character, go back to our ghost manager. Instead of new target.ghost, it should be new ghost.idle spot. Now it should print and assign the ghost to that spot, hopefully. And then, let's see. If I click play and then I click ghost target node, it's working now, it's not null. Which means I should next then be able to delete this guy here and set the spot of the ghost to the, not target spot, the idle spot. And what do we get? Hopefully the ghost appearing. And let's see. Ghost. And look, the ghost is right there in the idle state. Right now the idle state is no target. And I'm wondering, should the ghost go in front of the player or should it also be Y contained? The issue is, it's messing around with positions, as the way this works is that the player is behind the desk, but when they're down here, they're in front of the desk. And I had a wonky way of setting it up, so that's the case. That is something that can be messed with later. Right now, the important part is that the ghost is idle and they're in a spot. Great news. Let's go ahead and close this. And I say close it, so Godot decides, you know what? We're closing everything today. How sad. But it's okay, because I can just reopen it. Can't hold me down. Go ahead and edit. A nice easy water break as well. Okay, well this is good news. Next up, what we need to do is have a way. There's Godot. Okay, for a second I thought I froze. Right now, the ghost is able to be spawned in a random target. Now we need a way to change targets. We go from, well, I say target, it's really more idle spot now that we're messing with ghost, as they'll idle there until they see the player. Once they see the player, they go from being wandering to being follow. And in that sense, let me go ahead and do down here so I can see a little bit better. Assign target and teleport. That's really what it is. Teleport to position. And that's good to go. And then func delete ghosts should delete ghosts. We can get back to that. As far as wandering is concerned, now we need a way to change the ghost position. And what we can do in that sense is ghost. That makes sense. When we do the ghost, and what we can have done is when the player goes up to a ghost, maybe have them update it. I'm just trying to think of the best way to debug and test it so it works. And for right now, let's just figure out this part here in the seat. We go back down here to the ghost idle position manager. Right now it's taking these targets. What we need right here is the reroll target, or yeah, I call it reroll. It can be randomize or get new target. That's probably a little bit better. No func. Change target. Change, reroll, get random, get new. How about that? Get new random target. Get new random target. Wonderful. I think that works. Occupied list is the list. How do we do occupied list get or add character? The occupied list is a dictionary of characters in spots. Occupied list character, and then we do target list pick random, and then we do target list dot erase occupied list. The target list is all available targets, and occupied list is all occupied spaces. What we should be able to do is take the target owner, in this case the ghost, and have it set as the old target, and then we should be able to do this stuff, but if I just copy this, I might not do it correctly. Right now we are saving the old target. Once we save the old target, we then need to update to a new target. That's what this is with the occupied list.get or add, but we have that current occupied list, that's the thing. And when we remove target from occupied list, we have to do a lot of removing and adding. And that's why I'm wondering if this, just taking these functions and doing them in here, but I think we have to kind of build it from the ground up a little bit, as it's doing both of these things, but it's doing them a little bit differently. So step one is saving the old target. Next up is finding a new empty target. Like, let's do this here. Find new target, and then move to new target, move new target, and then unassign old target. Find new target and set. That's really what it is. Find new target and set, and unassign old target. Right now we have set or save old target. Save old target, That's what that's doing. Now we need to find new target and set. And that's what I'm wondering about this assigned random target.character to list. Right now, our occupied list is holding this target. This target is the old target. So what we can do then is do occupied list, target list dot pick random. That can be the old one. What we can do then is do old target dot what do we call it? Old target dot, and here in our target we call it character. Old target dot character. Where are we at in our seats manager? Here we go. Old target dot seats, or old target dot character. And this can also return the target. That way we can set it up for the ghost to change targets as well. Old target dot character. And this points to the character itself. That's the target owner. Right now, find new target and set. How we find new target is this here, this target list dot pick random. Old target, that's the tricky part. I'm trying to figure out the wording and I might have to draw it out instead. Target character, target list dot erase occupied. We will need to do this. We will need to unassign old target. Target list dot erase old target. That's what this does. That is unassigning, and then we need to reassign. Find new target and set. We save the old target, we delete the old target. Now we just need to move the character to the new target. And, okay. Append, this is adding the old target back on as well. If target has target owner, that makes sense. Unassign old target. And this is erasing from, oh, actually, let me rephrase that. We need to append the old target back onto the free list, and we need to then remove the old target. So old, occupied list dot erase old target and add it back onto new target. That makes sense. We're removing it from occupied, adding it to free, and then here we need to find free, then remove from occupied. Find new target and set old target.character. This is pointing to the character or the target owner. I'm wondering and thinking, okay, this is where I'm having a little bit of issue, and when in doubt, just always where are we at? New concepts. Okay. Redo this. And zoom out a little bit. And we should be good to go. And in here, what I want to have happen is that we have, well, I'll do this color. Should be a little bit easier. We have these seats that are unoccupied and these seats that are occupied. These red ones here. And then we have the ghost who has an occupied seat. That's the little ghost there. The little ghost, little guy. And the ghost has an occupied list or occupied seat. What we want to happen is that once we swap it, we need to get a new guy here. Oops. We get a new target, if it'll let me drag it to reset though. I keep changing it. We get a new seat that is free, as this is the only list we can pick from. Let's go ahead and write that. That's a little bit easier. Find new target. Find a new target. New target. That's step 1. Target. Once we find the new target and we save it in the ghost, then we need to free up this old target and add it to the list of free targets and make it light. Find new target and then free up the old target. That's what we need to do. And if we go back into here, into Godot, we save the old target so that we can keep it and then find new target. This is what this is doing. This is target list.pick random. And this is where we set the new target. Let's see. Occupied list is get or add character. So we can go ahead and do occupied list.erase old target. Occupied list is set depending on, there we go, yeah. Occupied list.erase target owner. That's what we need. Go ahead and this guy has to get deleted. And I'll go ahead and do var old target. Let's just do var new target. That should make it a little bit easier. As right now, these are the two variables we need. This is the old seat, this is the new seat. And that makes sense. From our old and new seat, it should be a little bit easier to do now, as this is target list.getRandom. as we now did find the old seat or new seat. From there, what we can then do is have the occupied list erase the old seat. So this saves, this finds new seat, finds new target, saves old target, like that. And then we can go ahead and do remove target from occupied list. That also works here. We can go ahead and grab this guy here and remove, which will completely remove the seat in the target list and save it back up. Then once we remove the target, we should then be able to assign new target, but we're not assigning random. That's the new thing here. And in this sense, we can just say, now we're assigning, after we remove, we're assigning new target to character. Like that. Assigning new target to character, and that small space was gonna bother me. After we delete, now we assign the new target to character. We do occupied list get or add the character now that it's been removed. We change it up. And then what we do is do occupied list character character equals new target. That makes sense. And then from there, what are we angry about? Character not in the current scope. Oh, target owner. There we go. Get or add target owner. There we go. That makes sense? Okay. We get or add. Now that that's in the list, we go ahead and set the new target from here. Now that the list has been updated. And then what we can do, if Godot decides, you know what, I'm not gonna freeze, but it does. So, water time. Okay. Give it a second, and if 1 second doesn't work for it, I might give it 2. We might be a little bit generous today. And does generosity pay off? It does not seem to. Godot has decided to choose the path of... Oh, never mind. Generosity does work. Wonderful. Okay. Target list pick random, remove, and then we assign new target. Assigning new target to character. Makes sense. Let's just do assigned. And occupied list get or add. Occupied list target owner equals new target. And that is the new target we take. I'm now wondering, do we need this old target? I don't think so. After we do occupied list target owner equals new target, that should be good. Then we can go ahead and do occupied list here, as we don't need the target list append old target. None of that's needed. We just take from our assign random target, and instead of assign random target, it's now assign new target. And as well, what we can do is, well, we could change something here and then it could give us a new thing. However, occupied list dot get or add. Yeah, this could be changed so we don't have to do this again. For example, what we could do is do assign random target to character. I'm gonna do to do fix name for later purposes. But what we can have done here is then we can do and we can have target new target equals null. And then here, if target equal null, this is what we do. Else, like this, or what we can really do is if target, we do if new target, then it is occupied list character target, like that. Else, we do this. But I'm wondering about the null bit, and I'm not too sure. Oh, new target, like this. Like that. There we go. And just to be on the safe side, I'll do equal null. There we go. And swap these two. If it's null, that means we assign a random one. If it's not null, we assign the one given to us. Not sure how to name it quite yet, but for now we'll just do assign random target as the said name. And what that means is we can get rid of all of this. And then we can go ahead and just add our target owner. And then we can also do our new target. Like that. And then that works instead of doing the additional code here. Fingers crossed. And then once we also assign, we can also return the new assigned target. And then that should, fingers crossed, work. And then from there, when we do have our new random assigning, then we can go ahead and save it to wherever we need to save it. It should work in an idea. And we can go ahead and do 2 targets. I'll have a target here and a target here. And then what we can go ahead and say is do a little bit of testing with said targets. We go back into Ghost Manager. Let's see, how can we do this? We can have change target of ghost. Let's just do that to make sure the randomizing is working. And in that sense, all we have to do is go back to our debug area. If I can find said debug area in our custom manager, there we go. Debug menu, and we can go ahead and add not only a spawn button, but a change spot for the ghost. Change spot button, change spot, and this should be change spot button, B-U-T-T-O-N. And then we can go ahead and unassign press, go ahead and press, and back in our ghost manager, connect. Wonderful. And then what we can do is on change spot button pressed, we can go ahead and say what we want to happen here is we want the ghost to go from one spot to the next spot and change it that way. Okay, I think this is where the target comes in handy at, as this is where we would change one spot to next spot for the wandering. Wandering is taking a lot more than I think. It's just musical chairs, it feels like it comes down to. On change spot button pressed, and I think as well, once the idle spot is reached for the ghost, that's where we set the target to null. But for right now, what we need to happen is we'll just take the most newest ghost, since we'll only have one ghost at the moment. On change spawn button pressed, ghost list 0, and then that will be the first ghost. Ghost list 0, and then we have to take the idle spot, and this is where we'll change the idle spot equals, and then we can go ahead and do target manager dot assign random target to assign random target. We don't want assign random target anymore. We need to randomize, and I forget what it was called. It is called nope, it's called I don't remember. That's what it's called. We can go into here and say get new random target. That's what it's called. I'll go back up here. Target manager dot, oh, hold on, that's the wrong thing. We need our ghost manager. Target manager dot get new random target, and this is ghost list. Ghost list from this ghost. This guy right here. And that'll give us new ghost, and it'll also update the ghost. The string name can be used for index, only string for string name. Oh, what are you angry about, it seems? New ghost, ghost list 0. Can be used as index for type node 2D, but received int. Is this what it's angry about? Ghost list is a node 2D. Oh, I see. Ghost list needs to be .children. Got ya. I see. Okay, how can we do this then? As this is, yeah, I see it. It's not an array. Get child. Ghost list dot get child. And I forget how get child works. Index. Wonderful. Get child at index 0. There we go. So we can just go ahead and grab this guy and change him here. And good to go. Once the idle spot is changed, then we can go ahead and change the ghost target spot. Then we can go ahead and do ghost list.getChild.target equals idle spot. Its own idle spot, and change it. I just want to see if it works in terms of changing the targets and everything. Or no, now that I remember, the target is customer. Not customer, but player, right? If we go back here into our ghost, this guy here, what we can set target to be is node 2D, and that kind of gets rid of the idle spot issue as well. I think that's a little bit easier. Let's just do that instead. It's a target, not a character 2D, it's node 2D. I think that makes it a little bit easier. And then if we go back into our cafe, into our ghost manager, and in here, our idle spot, not our idle spot, our target. That makes it a lot simpler to remember, I think. And then here for our target, like this. Target equals, like that. Target manager equals get new random target, delete you, ghostlist.getChild, target equals new target. And that will reassign its target. And then what we can say happen is, in our ghost, our current state can be follow, as this will be staying in this one spot, fingers crossed. When we're in the follow state though, what we have here, if body.target equals null, we take the target data, but the issue is nothing's coming into here. Instead, we do you, I think, and that should work, fingers crossed, pass. And then on update, we don't have update ready. If target, that works. Okay, I believe this should work. Let's just spawn a ghost just to see before we press the button. If it does work, we'll go ahead and grab the ghost into the scene. See if the ghost can live on its own. It's so tiny. I don't know why it's so tiny. Oh, that's because it's in the wrong container. I see. So small. I wasn't prepared for small ghosts. Go ahead and close this manager. Ghost, can you not be small anymore? It'd be really appreciated. There we go. Wonderful. Okay. Now click play. The ghost right now should have... It should be following, but it should be still. And... Oh, hold on. Still. There we go. And it's working. Wonderful. Now what we can do is... let Godot freeze and get some water. Yeah, adorable small little ghost. I was watching these, what was it, shorts on YouTube? There's this series that just has a little ghost starring it. It's adorable. I'll give Godot another chance with another sip of water. Now we'll just close ya. You know, I think it's cooperating now. Nope, but it at least saved. That's the important part here. And I'll close. And reopen. All the things and stuff, and the ghost sprite's so cute. Thank you, thank you. The ghost the ghost sprite is going to be changed, but I hope I can at least keep the cuteness. Right now, it's just a retexture, not a retexture, just a recolor of the wizard. I can show you here. Let's see, wizard. Oh, customer. There we go. Customer. Just a recolor of the customer, and just a different color. Alrighty, ghost. Go ahead and delete you. And you got lost. How did I know it was working? You think you missed it? No problem. What I wanted to happen, or what was happening before, was that the... you're fine. What was happening before is that if the ghost didn't have a target, the game would crash. I just wanted to set it so that if there's no target, nothing happens. That's what I was hoping to happen. Because even if they're in follow mode, they don't have a target. And because they have no target, they were crashing. That was step one. That was the problem I had earlier. Now that there's no target, now we can set targets and see if the target will be switched. Now we're testing to see if it was something we worked on. I just fixed a bug that I previously had. That's what was working. Okay, so let's see. Now's the actual test. And it's saying that, let me go ahead and make sure music gets muted. All right, so we can spawn ghost. Go spawn, oh, that's because the idle spot, that's why. I forgot to change some code here. You can see idle spot. There's no longer an idle spot. This is now target. It's good, it's keeping track. Target. There we go. Redo. Okay. In capture, press play, ghost to spawn. Wonderful. This ghost should move from this spot to this spot, as it's the only random spot available that isn't taken. Change spot. Oh. Spot isn't taken, and I'm wondering why. Change spot. Okay. Change spot I think is semi-working. The issue is... Yeah, no problem. I'm here to answer questions if you have any. I always feel like more I answer, the better I get at understanding what I'm putting in this code. As you can see, it gets very confusing very quickly. Certainly so. Okay. Assign target and teleportation position. This is working on change spot button dot press ghost list dot get child target. I think the issue is Even if the target's set, it's not moving to said target. If we go back into here, into not target, but the ghost, and the ghost and its state machine, right now it is follow. That's what the state is here. And despite it being in follow state, if target. Okay. What I want to do then is print target. It should print null if there's no target, but there should be a target as it is existing. I'll go ahead and spawn the ghost. We have null. Interesting. Target isn't getting set then. That's what that's telling me. As in when it does enter, target equals null. And we want update, I see. Okay. What we need to do then is when we change the ghost target, and I think I know why. The body has a target and the ghost has a target. And the ghost and the body are doing two different things. For example, what we then need instead is the body.target. We'll go ahead and do this instead, as the body takes care of the target. And target equals body.target. You're a little angry at that, I know. If body.target equals null, we pass. Otherwise, and let's see, target is not declared in current scope. Yep, that's fine. We'll just do that. And then target equals null. Nope, that is not what we want. We want body.target equals null. If body.target, and we just change all of these to body.target, and that should be good. Body.target.global position, body.target, body.target, and that should be good to go. If body.target, print body.target. Okay, and when I click play again, we should see the seat or the target down here when we spawn the ghost, which is true. Now that the ghost does have a target, hopefully it will swap now, fingers crossed, as now it is focusing on a target. We go back and open the game again. When we click ghost, ghost is spawned. Next, what we need is them to go to this spot, change spots. Ghost is going to the next spot. It gets claimed, but that's supposed to happen. But if we change spot again, they should move to the other spot. So it's good. Now that's working. Now what we need to happen is when the ghost is in wander state, they go from spot to spot after a certain time is up. Slowly but surely. Yeah. Look at them go. It's going. The ghost is going. That's because they reached that spot. What we want to happen is once this place is reached, then we want to have other things occur. But it's good. It's working. It's able to swap from one spot to the other. The last thing we also needed to see about is the vibing. Exactly. Doesn't that look like they're calm and relaxed at this very point in time? They're so relaxed. They're so relaxed or unrelaxed. That's how that works. If we go ahead and spawn a customer as well, customer should also work even with the new change. The host and the customer can exist in the same area, which is lovely. And it's also a little funny. I also imagine, like I said before, the customer's not able to see the ghost. So you're just seeing this ghost go crazy, but they can't see it. You look a little crazy yourself for seeing it. And the ghost can also, well, the player in this moment can push the ghost, but I don't know if I'll keep that. But I just find that funny. They're just, you can see it, that person can't see it. They don't know what's going on behind them. Oh boy, well, that's good news. This is great news. Now go ahead and hide this. I'm expecting, yep, Godot to crash, which it did. And I'll go ahead and reopen Godot. This is good news. We're moving in the right direction. That's the important part. And in saying that, I'll also go ahead and save what we have. Telling you, after yesterday, I'm saving even more than I was before. We have the change targets saved. Good. Change targets saved, commit. We're all good to go. And oh, hold on. Change targets saved. Ooh, there we go. Commit. And we're good to go. That is nice and saved. Okay. If we go back to here, we're still implementing wander. Right now, we have a way for them to change spots. We also have a way to check for spots. That's all good to go. Now we just need to implement a place where, and let me grab my pen. Let the tablet turn on. How wander works is, wander makes you go to a, wander just has you choose new spots. It's like, that is interesting. I wonder how we can do it. As wander mode, is idle and follow together, isn't it? And that was pretty good. You're truly making progress. Thank you, thank you. And I'm glad you think so. It's slow, even if it's not as fast as one might think or believe. I'm moving. I'm glad to be moving. And I'm realizing wander state is idle and follow. As you're staying in a spot for a little bit, you're staying and then you're moving. STAYING. You're staying and then you're moving. MOVING. That is what wandering is. It kind of would be tricky to have both idle, follow, and go back and forth. I think what we should just do is put it all into wander and have wander figure out what it needs to do instead of just swapping between the three. So instead of wander, then to idle, then to wander into idle, it does its own thing in its own spot. And I think that'll be a little bit easier. As idle's just standing still. Wander includes idle, but it also involves following. So I think it's a little bit different. Okay, that's said and done. What we need is, I think, some sort of timer. And then once the timer's up, check to see about moving. Let's see. I'm thinking for wander, we need a way to have a timer for chance, timer for chance, or should we guarantee them to move, or should there be a check to see if they move? I think it'd be a little bit better maybe to have a timer for example, maybe 20 seconds to check, and then every 20 seconds once the timer is up, if they do indeed succeed on maybe there's a 75% chance to move. I'll put that there. 75. It doesn't decide to lag. Oh boy, my body. Okay, I'm back to where I was. So 75%. If they succeed on their 75%, then they move to new spot. Move, and they start the cycle all over again. That's basically wander. And that's why I said it's both idle and follow. They are idling during the timer, and they're following during the move. I think that works. Okay. We need timer, we need a way to move, okay. Sounds hard, and I'm hoping it sounds harder than it is. Let's go back into Godot. And now that we're back in here in our ghost wander state, what we now need to happen as we can go through here, we have speed, we have animation, we have body, we have all of those good things, and that's lovely. Call during physics update. Right now the wander is set to travel and move and slide. We need a way to have them stand still if they're not following, and not follow if they're standing still. Let's see. We do. Okay. Let's start off with a timer. Like this. And this is the wander timer. WAN. Wander timer. And this just checks to see for right now, let's do, at least for testing, let's do 10 seconds. Like that. And then what this guy does, and we can also go to our wander state. Let's go ahead and also export var timer, and that is our timer, and it is a timer. And when we save it, we can then grab, oh, hold on. Wrong export. There we go. Export var timer, and assign the wander timer. How this guy works is once you enter it, you start the timer. Do timer.start. And then on timer timeout, you check a dice to roll and move. We can go ahead and do. Okay, yeah. And here in our wander timer, we can go ahead and have on timer timeout. Go ahead and connect it to our wander state. On wander timer timeout, we do a random roll or a random check. And I forget how to do randomness. I know I have it here somewhere when we do random making of spells. Let's see, spell screen, spell select screen. It should be somewhere here to randomize. Get random spell. Here we go. Pick random. Oh, never mind. That didn't help one bit. How do we get a good randomizer? In my, what was it? Not in cookbook, my utility. I have a random guy here. Where are we at? Utility.randomGenerator. There we go. And then we can go back into our Under ghost, under seat target. We can close most of this as we're just working on follow. So close other tabs. The save one dot space, and I can close this as well. We don't need item opened, so we're good to go in that sense. On wander timer timeout, and then we have utility dot random generator utility. And kind of an unrelated question: do I have autosave on? Does Godot save every time you test the code? It saves every time you test the code. It saves every time you test the code. Yes, which is nice. As far as autosave, I'm not too sure. I think there is an autosave feature. But truthfully, I think I save more than if there was an autosave. But yes, every time you click play, it saves, which is nice. And it's a double check. There probably is an autosave way though. I should probably look into that. That is a good idea. The utility, utility dot random generator dot randomize. And I'm wondering what this randomize is. Let's see, randomize sets up a time-based seed. Nope. We just need a randomized range. So Randy, I believe, R-A-N-D-I. Where are we? Randy, there we go. Returns Randy range. There we go. Which we want. Wander state. Godot Randy range. 0 to, let's say 4 for now. And then we have a const for percent chance or move chance. And this is a int and it equals 4. Should really be 3, shouldn't it? As you can get 0, 1, 2, or 3. And then let's see, so var chance equals var chance, which is an int, equals this. Move chance. There's probably a different way to say it, but if chance, oh, hold on. Takes a second. I haven't done an if statement in a while. If chance less than move chance, then we move. And I'll go ahead and pass. Oops. Move. And just for this, pass. If they are able to move, they'll move. And otherwise, they won't move. And we can go ahead and do else. What they'll do is we'll reset the timer. We'll go ahead and do timer.start. There we go. Otherwise, we'll move. And if we move, we now need a way to have it say, all right, I want to be moved. Move me somewhere else. And otherwise, other than that, we need to have, move. How do we tell it? Or how do we tell the game the ghost wants to move? I'm thinking a signal. If we go back into our utilities here, we can go ahead and have customer progress. We'll just have here ghost signals. Ghost signals. And signal, ghost, move, ghost, move. Ghost wants to move ghost to new spot. Move ghost to new idle spot. And then we'll take in a ghost to move like this, and it is a ghost. There we go. Let's see. You have some bad experiences before, losing work to a random software crash. So when you use something with autosave, you activate it unless you have a good reason not to. I agree, yeah. Like I said, my S key on my keyboard, despite this keyboard only being 1 year old, is already faded. I use S that much. It's crazy. And I do play FPS games, but somehow the S key is faded more than any other key on my keyboard. From how much I use it. And ghost signals sound like some B-tier horror movie. Hi. I don't think I did welcome you as well, Demanding Cat. Hello, welcome to stream earlier. Your ghost goes brr. Yeah, it does sound. But the good news is these aren't scary ghosts. These are the cutesy kind. They're not horrifying. Alright, so ghost move to signal. And then, hello, welcome. And then back in our wander state, what we can have happen is utility dot emit signal, or utility dot this move ghost to new idle spot dot emit. There we go. And then we move body. And that will give us the ghost. So if it does move, we tell it, the world, we want this ghost, us right here, we want to move us. And otherwise, if it doesn't happen, we just set timer to start. And then if it is currently, if it's started, okay, on wander timeout. Okay, let's see, direction, direction, if direction 2, called during physics loop update, physics loop, animation tree, current agent position. This makes sense. We need a way to do once the navigation place is reached. If we go back into our navigation agent, it should be once navigation finished. And what is this saying? Signals that the agent navigation is finished. If the target is reachable, navigation ends when the target is reached. The signal will be emitted just after target reached when the target is reachable. Okay. Navigation finished or target reached. I think that this needs to be this one here. Signals that the agent reached the target, i.e. the agent moved within the target desired distance. We'll go ahead and set, connect this to our wander as well, our ghost wander state, and connect. Wonderful. And this is what happens when they do reach the position that they need to reach. And now what we can say, as if this is the customer, not the customer, if it's the player, what we want it to be is the target. On navigation agent 2D reached, if target, let's see. If target equal, if target equal, if target equal target, like this. If the target is a target, and then we can also check for if the player is a player, that sort of thing. And both control keys on your keyboard don't work, so you can't do control save. That is the one reason you activate autosave when available. You need to buy a new keyboard, but you're too used to the one you have right now. Yeah. My S key is kind of a little bit, I definitely think I've used the S key so much. It is a little broken. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, and it's a little scary when it doesn't work, especially when I'm coding. So I thought about it. I probably do need new keys, not a new keyboard, but just new keys. This poor S key has been putting in so much work. It's only been a year. So if target equal target, or rather, if target is target of type target, what we can do then is say, if target is target, and then we'll have a var called reach target, and this is our custom var reached target equals false, and this is a bool. Let's make sure we say it's a bool. Reach target equals bool. There we go. And then what we can have happen is var state machine next path navigation agent, and then current agent position. If if direction, if where are we at? If reach target, if not reach target, and then we can go ahead and do var direction vector 2 equals to, so if direction, I wonder why it says if direction. I guess if, no, I don't know. Current position direction 2 dot normalize direction 2. This is a vector 2. This is, okay. A little odd, but that's okay. What we can instead do then is not if direction. What we can say is if, oh, hold on. If reach target, if not reach target. There, does it right there. If not reach target, we're idle. Otherwise, we move. And animates the ghost. We can also make sure that's ghost, like that. Animates the ghost. Otherwise, if the wander timer timeout, we set it to reach target equals false, like that. And then on navigation target finished. If target is target, reach target equals true. This should hopefully reset it and move it around. If target is target, reach target equals true. That makes sense. And if body dot target is target, reach target equals true. Once they get to the position they need to get to, they've reached their target, and that is when they idle. Otherwise, they're going to wander to the next spot. Once they've reached the target, they idle. And then this timer only starts when they're moving again. And this is when reach target equals false. That makes sense. And then timer.start, we start the timer again, and that's when we're updating and we're doing different checks. So once it stops and it starts, it does it on its own, which is good. And then what we need to happen here is for move ghost to new idle spot, we need to reassign the idle spot. And to do that, we can connect it to back at the cafe, back over here to where are we? Back here in our ghost manager, we can have it have a function. It's basically this function, but different. And back up here, instead of utility.delete customer and utility.seat customer, as this isn't customer dealing, what it's going to be instead is utility.move to new idle spot.connect, and then it's going to be change seats, change idle spot. And then this will be the function that we do for the signal. And then down here, instead of on change button press, but I think we keep that for testing's sake, we'll do it down here, func, change idle spot, and then we have a ghost. We can go ahead and do, what is it? Ghost, and then do ghost, as this is ghost of ghost. Do void, and then what happens here is basically what we do here. However, we do ghostlist.getChild, ghostlist.getChild, and we should be able to just get the child is index. I'm wondering if we can just do ghost here. Does that work? Or does it not work? Should be int, I see. And your keyboard is like 10 years old, no joke. It functions well for the most part. That's good. Just 3 or 4 keys are dead. That's not good. But you almost never use them. When you need them, you have to open the Windows keyboard app. I'm afraid to ask which keys are broken. I know my keyboard, when I got it, the Windows key doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It didn't work from the start. So when I have to do like run console on my computer, I can't do Windows R. I have to type CMD into the computer itself. It's so weird. Ghost idle get child. I'm wondering if there's a way to get, yeah, it's get child is get int. Find child. Find parent, I think is what we have to do. Find the first ancestor. Nope. Find children. Pattern, find all descendants of this node. Find child. Finds the descendants of this node. But I'm wondering, find child. Something dot find child. I don't know. We'll see. If we go back into the ghost manager, what we need to happen is we need to take this ghost. I mean, we shouldn't have to get child then, I don't think, because we have the child. So the ghost dot target equals target manager get new random target. That should work. Ghost dot target manager get new random target. Oh, what was that sound? I heard it. I'm guessing it's from YouTube since I didn't see the thing pop up. And I have this happily already here, and it is Senor Des. Is that how you say it? Thank you for the follow on. Blah. Thank you for the follow on YouTube. It's a subscription. Words. I can do words. Can't you see all these words that I've done? But thank you nonetheless. Ghost.target equals target manager get new random target for ghosts. There. That should work the same. And it will just get a new target and change to new target. Hopefully. We'll see. And what we can do as well to test and see if this is working, we can go ahead and set the state machine to ghost not follow, but ghost wander. That should set that. And then in our script, in our wander script, we can go ahead and say, where are we at? Utility move ghost to new idle spot emit body. Oh, you know what I just realized? We have to make sure it's the right ghost, I think. But we'll see. Like if we have 2 ghosts, does it do it for 2 things? We'll see. For now, let's just have it always move. If chance is less than or equal to, let's just set this to 5, as it should always be less than or equal to 4. It can only go to 0 to 3. That works. And let's see. You learning a new programming language on your own, you can't even speak your own. That's half the fun, especially since I think programming is like a universal language, since it can kind of go for any language. But then again, I've seen some programming in different languages, which I didn't even think was possible. I should have known, but I didn't know. But it's cool to see that you can actually program in different languages, as in verbal languages. Like, I've seen Chinese programming, or Japanese programming, or Korean. I don't think I've seen Dutch. I wonder. I think we're good to go. They should always move, and then we can go ahead and set the wander timer to not 10 seconds. How about every 3 seconds they wander? When I spawn them, they should swap spots every 3 seconds. And let's go ahead and also print in console so we can check. Print moving. Moving. Hopefully we'll see them ping pong back and forth. Back and forth. Unfortunately, the Windows key works for you. That's good! Your dead keys are both control keys, the number lock key, and the period on the number pad. Trying to think, if I had to get rid of some of my keys on my keyboard, I kind of would need those. Those tend to be important. And those are pretty appreciated to some extent. I do use the period key a lot, as well as the number pad. When I got my new keyboard, I wanted to make sure I had the number pad on it. I like my number pad. Any smaller, and I feel claustrophobic. If we go into Ghost, okay, Ghost wander state. Every 3 seconds, the Ghost should moving. So would it appear Ghost not doing Ghost things? It's trying to do its own thing, and it's not thinking correctly. Look at it. It's saying it's moving, but it's not moving. Okay. Good news is, it's doing things. At the very least, right? Let's go ahead and turn the navigation agent on and enable it. And hi Pacific Milk, I am doing great. Suffering a little bit, but welcome to stream. I don't think I've seen that name before. Welcome indeed, and welcome to Godot typically freezing. Overall, things are going well though. Right now, we're working on a wander state for the Ghost, so that it wanders around the cafe when it doesn't spot the player. We want the Ghost to move from position to position on the cafe, and we want them to have position in areas that they can randomize to. Let me take coffee as I'm waiting for Godot to unfreeze. There goes my coffee. And Godot seems to have fixed itself. Nope. It froze and it crashed. That's okay. I get more water too. I came prepared. I'm surprised it's already 4 though. 4:10 to be exact. A little bit longer, but we're making progress. This is good. I don't think we'll be able to get to the customer affecting other customers, but I think once we do wander, it should be sorted. Then we have to figure out the food. Once we figure out the food, should be good to go. Adding the customer affecting stuff can come a little bit later. But overall, slowly, slowly but surely. Okay, in our navigation agent, let's enable the debugging and to make sure, okay, and make sure audio. Let's click play and let's see the Ghost attempt to do the Ghost things. I'll go ahead and mute it for now. Like that. All right. So Ghost has been spawned. We want the Ghost to go here every 3 seconds, but it's not moving to the new spot. Okay. Interesting. Gotcha. Oh, do you know what I think? I think it's because initially when we set it to be once reached. So let me go ahead and tweak that bit a bit. What's happening is this is here, and then once from here, it's not doing anything else. If body is target, reach target equals true. Okay. That's gotta be changed, I think, as that works, but not initially. What we need to happen, I think, is another variable. If body is target, and and switching targets. There we go. That way we can start off and we have another variable, not reach targets, but switching targets. And it's false. If switching targets equals true. So on here, we move the Ghost to a new idle spot and we switch switching targets equal to true, which then means we do all of this stuff. And then, yeah, okay, a little tweak here and there. And the number lock key is eternally on. So you can use the keys except for period. Oh, okay. That's not as bad then. When you need to add a period, you just use the one next to the comma. So for the most part, it's pretty usable. That's good. I was gonna say, if it was always off, it would be a little bit painful. Might as well just get a saw and saw off that part of your keyboard. Let's see. If body.target reached, yes. The issue is on game start, this is already true. That's why I set this here to switching targets true. Oh, I also just realized, if chance this pass here, and how can change 0-3, right now this isn't possible. We want it to always be true, so we can check to make sure that it can swap. Once we're sure that it can swap back and forth, then we can add in the % chance for it to. We just want to make sure it can. That's why this 4 is here, as yeah, this 4 is unreachable. We'll change it to 3 once we're able to see that they're moving properly. And let's see. Else reach target equals false. And once that switching targets has been reached, we can also switch switching targets equal to false. Okay. Now let's see if it does the thing. Alrighty, Ghost. Here you go. Wander, it's not idle. However, now it's moving and it should move to the next spot. It's not moving to the next spot. Interesting. Okay. Let's go ahead and hide you. And I also want to print reached target to see if that's also happening. As when the timer is timing out, let's also set the timer a little bit more reasonable, I guess, to 5 seconds. Give you another 2 seconds. And then they should be idling if not reach target, which starts out being the case. Let's have them reach target. This starts off at reach target. Let's go ahead and say reach target equals true initially. I think that also helps. And is it because move chance is set to 4 out of 100? I don't think so. And also, hi XP bar. Is that how you say it? It's an interesting name. It sounds like experience bar, if I had to guess. And I don't think so. This function happens every time the timer times out. This stands for the % chance. Right now, it's 100%. So they're always guaranteed to move. That's what this is for the 0, 3, and the 4. As the 4 stands for out of 100, you're right. It is the % chance. Right now, their chance of moving or switching targets is 100%. This should work. I set reach targets equal to true so that they start off not reaching their targets. They should be idle. They should start off idle. Once they're idle, once the timer starts up again, switching targets then equals true, and all of those things get set. And then on navigation, target reached. Let's see. Isn't it always false? Is it? Hold on. If chance... there. Yep, thank you. I see, I get what you mean. I thought reversed. I thought you meant that it needed to be in. That's what you meant earlier, didn't you? How can chance ever be greater? Yeah, I get what you mean now, thank you. Took me a second. It's always the small things, isn't it? But thank you nonetheless. Yes, it's the other reverse. Because I want it to be 100%, not 0% right now. I see. All right, we have the ghost here. The ghost is center. And then every 5 seconds, they should move. Moving, they're not moving. Okay, now we're having the opposite problem. But that's the good news. Lovely to see. And thank you for the help. Okay, with that said, if not reached targets, they have reached targets initially. That's when they're idle. And then once the timer is timed out, let's see. Once timer's timed out, switching targets equals true. And reach target also equals false. Let's see. Yep. Switching targets equals true. Reach targets equals false. And I'm sure all of these booleans is... this is getting complicated, isn't it? And I think at this point it would be a thing of figuring out to do like some sort of state or something instead with enums as true, false, true, false, true, false. It gets very confusing. And I am already struggling to figure it out. Let's see. Let's go ahead and just do here a var called state. A state in the state machine. And it'll be an enum called state. And then we can go ahead and have state. Now I forget, is it state equal like this? Is that how we have to do it? And this is moving. and idle, like that. Moving and idle. I see. Okay, let's just go back to said state machine. It should have states. No, it's a dictionary. Where can I find a dictionary currently at, or an enum at least? I can go to my cookbook to check cookbook. This guy here. Enums are done without an equal sign. Knew it was something like this. And then we have here, var is current state. Current state equals state dot idle. All right. And then what we can do instead of the true false is returning my head. If current state not equal to state dot idle, and if not, there we go. Otherwise, we idle. And then when we move, our current state changes to move. Let's go ahead and do this. Instead of true false, I think that's a little bit easier. If chance, move chance, now we're moving. Current state equals state moving. And then once we've reached if we're not moving, it stays as idle. We can go ahead and we can keep that. If body.target if body is target, and we also need this to be current state equals moving, then we've reached our target. And we can go ahead and say state moving, set current state moving equal to state idle, like that. And that works. And then for down here, our else, we just start the timer again, as we're still idle. That should be a little bit better in terms of true, false. And isn't it always false? I see. You don't, no, you helped. What do you mean? I forgot to change the greater than or less than. You were completely correct. We need the chance to be less than, as it will always be less than. That's the 100% part. And isn't it always false? It was always false. Hopefully, I think I fixed it. It's always sometimes a little bit of math changes that change everything around, isn't it? Okay, if we go ahead and reopen this, we go ahead and spawn the ghost. The ghost is in wander state, and then the ghost should move after the update. I said after the update. Oh, Godot itself froze. The game doesn't want to update. I see. All right, save. Now will you update, Godot? Are we on good terms now? Let's see. Ghost. There we go. Reach target spawned. Every 5 seconds. Let's see. Moving. They should be moving right now, but they're not moving. Got ya. Okay. Moving. Okay. Now we need the current state equals state moving. That's true. And I'm still off a little bit with the math. They start the state in idle. Once they're in idle, then they need to move to the other state. And that's where we're having a little bit of issues with. On wander timer timeout, we have moving. And that is with the moving, or trying to move. Let's just make it a little bit clearer with the printing. So attempting move, like that. And then you sure you waited 5 seconds? Yes. It says wait time 5 seconds. Oh, do you know what? We never start the timer. That's why, I think. And line double equal? Where? Line 70. Double equal. Ooh, that's also... Maybe I'm just tired. I don't know, maybe. We never start the timer. We do need to start the timer. The timer will never time out if it never starts. That is true. Or do I start it up here in ready? I do. Okay. Never mind then. We're good. In that case, I'm wondering. Timer does start. Maybe that's why state.moving was the equal. Let's see. Attempting move on that. And then if now they are for sure moving, we can go ahead and do moving. And I see the R moving. And then print. Okay. Now, this time around, it was the small technical errors. Oh boy. Let's see. And I did think I waited for the 5 seconds. I hope I wasn't too impatient. I can see underneath, and I'll wait a little bit longer. Moving. So it's moving. Underneath the game, I'm looking at the console to see when it says moving. So it should say it. And you assume it did comparison instead of assignment? I think so. And right now, unless it does that. It closed on its own that time. I'm wondering why. It didn't close the console that time. It was well interesting. Standalone expression. Ooh. That would help. That would certainly help. Okay. Redo. Let's see. Close that. Okay. Spawn the ghost. Ghost from go from here to here. Reach target. And now moving. Moving. It's not going to said target, which is interesting. We can also see the navigation on as well. And it's not going to its new spot. If we do, and I'll go ahead and do timer, not timer start, and I'll hide that for a second. We can see it's working button-wise, and I can go ahead and do, or it was at least, where if I had a ghost here, if I click change spot, change spot's not working as well. So maybe it's not a code thing, it's a button thing, or at least command sense, i.e. we go back over to cafe, something's wrong here. If we go into our ghost manager, when we're doing this, this should work. On change spot button pressed, ghost list get child dot get target. Oh, do you know what? I know why. When we change the target's still standing. What we need to do is do ghost child dot target or get child. We also need to change the state get child dot or ooh, okay. Redo on that one. The issue is when we spawn, they're in, what is it? When we spawn in the wander state, they're in here. So when we press the buttons, the button doesn't work anymore as now their state, as the state machine is controlling what they're doing. Since they have the here up here with state, the button doesn't work anymore because of that. I'm wondering if not current state dot idle, as the current state is idle, then when we move, we have to move to the new spot. And on wander timer time out, we are attempting move and then moving, and we should move to the new spot. And oop, YouTube whacked out for a second. It should be back, fingers crossed. I haven't seen it say that error message before. So I guess good new things, bad new things, but new things. And print moving. So it should have that spot, and then it moves. The issue is this this wander state, because we have this idle and current state. That's the issue at this point. If not current state, if we do let's just do that as an example. And this is already crossed out for timer. Since the current state is idle, you can go ahead and start this. The button should work now, I think. Where it says reach target, change spot. It's not changing spots. It is interesting for sure. Okay. Got ya. Interesting, but I got ya. Something we would have missed somewhere. I say we, but I made the mistake. And I can certainly own up to it. Somewhere, somehow, somewhere. I'm not too sure where. It was working out, it's not, and it's something to do with, I think, just I think maybe the state is messing it up. I don't know. Okay. When this is the sign and all of this happens, this should work. I guess if direction, that is what it was before, right? If direction. And then that's how it worked in terms of making it move. If I do that and then go back into here, go ahead and set this to mute. And then I spawn the ghost, change spot, they're not moving. Okay. Got ya. Reach target, spawn ghost. If reach target, current state equals idle. Okay. When we do our direction, all of this makes sense. We have our current target is set, and they're moving to said target. When I click play, the ghost just stands there, I think. Let me double check. Ghost. The ghost stands there. So the ghost believes it's in idle state, so it's not moving. Got ya. Okay. And then if we're in ghost wander, let's just set state to moving. I just want to see if that changes anything at all. It should make them move, but I don't know why, as we don't have it set to move if there is moving. If I go ahead and spawn the ghost is still standing still. Okay. If I go ahead and close this, if direction, if body.direction, okay. If wandering, if direction, it's interesting. If my ghost wander state, we have the wander timer, we have all of that set. And on navigation timer timeout, on wander timeout, all of this should work and they should be moving. That should be the only thing they should be doing. Animates the ghost, yeah. Move and slide. Direction equals current agent position 2. So somewhere a while ago something stopped doing the thing it was doing. I'm not sure what I changed. Oh, we also don't need this anymore. Okay. Let's see if we can get the button working again and go from there. I think that would be the best bet. And your brain is exploring. You don't know how I code? I don't know how I code. I did something wrong, and that's what I'm trying to figure out, but hello, metal potato. Interesting one. Don't think I've heard of metal potato. Not even copper potato, but welcome to stream. My brain's not braining at the moment. So I'm along with you on that one. This, for some reason, isn't doing what I think it's doing, and I think what we need to is check before and after what happens. So let's try that to see if it is actually changing targets, or if it's just keeping the same target. I think that's step 1. So I can go ahead and print down here, print the old target and print the new target. Let's start off there. I'll grab you and print you here, and also print you here. And then if we look at the console, and I should have a zoomed in version of the console. If I do this, can you see it now a little better? You can see it a little bit too well now. And it's too scratched as well. Stretched. Yeah. Odd. Well, let's see. That should help a little bit. So I have the ghost spawn, and then when the ghost changes spots, it goes from target 2 to target 0. So that's working. The thing is it's not changing, or it's not going to said spot. And yours already cooked. You tried coding. You think you'll turn 70 if you figure out how to code. I'm sure my hair might turn gray depending on what. Oh, I'm dying again. Oh, SOS. Oh, I live. Ah, I outbeat it. I was gonna say my hair starts turning gray, but I don't know. Maybe Godot will be the death of me beforehand. With the way it likes to decide to freeze me. Let's see. When we click the button, it is going from target 2 to target 1. That is happening, but it's not moving to said target when we change the target. So the good news is the changing of targets is working. The bad news is it's not changing the target when it's moving. And I'm waiting on Godot to close and figure out its problems. That's the good news, is that it's moving to new targets, or changing targets. And once the target's selected, it needs to move to the new target. If we go back into not customer, we can close customer. If we go back into ghost, into our wander here, this is the physics update, and this is checking for body.global position, current agent position equals... Huh? Hold on. Where is our target getting talked about at? Current state, timer moving. Oh, hold on. I think I figured it out. How long have I been using Godot? For a year. It has been 1 year since I've used Godot, and this is my second game I'm making. The first game I made was in 24 hours. This one I'm trying to attempt to make in a few months, and I think I know what's the issue is. It doesn't know what target is, does it? It's expected to know where it's going, but it doesn't. If we go into the follow, for example, you can see target is here, but in wander, there is no target. And I think that, you know, that would kind of help a little bit in explaining why it's angry at the moment. So we can go ahead and just go ahead and borrow this for a little bit. Maybe we'll give it back. I don't know yet. And go back into wander. And then in here for our body and all of those things, and our enter and our exit. Let's go ahead and paste here. And what do we need? So move sprite.visible if body equals target, otherwise pass. That is good. Call deferred, seeks it up. That's already there. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this in enter. If body equals null, pass. We need that for now. We can go ahead and remove that from enter. And then on our exit, we go ahead and do animation stop, body.target equals null. Seems about right. And then down here, this is where we really need to change things. And I think that's why it's not moving. If we go back into our follow state here, when we do down here in our physics update, we have the navigation target position being updated. So if we go back to our state or wander state, down here in our physics update, what we can do is then do here, navigation, path, position, if body equals target. Yeah, okay. And then our navigation agent target position can change depending on what it is. And I think that was the issue. Perhaps, perchance, we'll see. As we already have the double body, go ahead and subtract that. Okay. With all of that said, I think it should work now. Maybe? Hopefully. Let's see. If I go ahead and open up the game again, if I spawn a ghost and I tell it to change the spot, it now changes spots, which is lovely to hear. And then it reaches its spot. Good. That was the issue. The issue was we never gave it a target to go to. So just stood still. And we're working towards. And hi Sec, welcome to stream. And both ghost and programming, that's spookier than anything I've done in October. Initially, I wanted to try to get the game out for Halloween. You can see how that went. I was trying to do 3 months, is it 3 or 2 months? As I started making this game back in August. So August, September, October, I thought I had some wiggle room, but it's now November. And I definitely don't think I'll be able to finish this entire game in a week. So let's think of, yeah, okay, I'll wait a little bit. Who knows? Maybe by the time next Halloween comes around, I can really make it. You didn't say exactly. That's what I was just saying. I didn't say which year. So that just means, you know what, next year maybe I can do like an update for the game. Because the game will be released. I'm not even going to say hopefully. It will be released by next Halloween. That could be a minimum guarantee. But this is working now with the navigation target, and I agree. Celebrations will be had. They will. 100%. Okay, now what we can do is, I think, now that everything's working again, current state equals idle. That's good. And then down here, if current state equals moving, then this happens. Otherwise, we're idle. And this needs to be equal. Then if we move down here, we set the state to moving, and this is when it moves. Otherwise, we start the timer, and it's still idle. And then on navigation reached, and if we're moving, we are now idle. Makes sense? And call it early access. Exactly. It's just special release, early access. I agree. 100%. It's a special feature. Okay, I think this should work now. And is GDScript similar to Python? Yep. I've often heard GDScript compared to Python the most, and I can only believe that is to be the case. I haven't programmed in Python before. My only language I know is C++, but I've had a nice time using GDScript. It's been pretty nice. And you think so far from what you've tried? Yeah, it seems to be Python related, but not quite Python. And let's go ahead and hide. Oh, show this. Okay. Hopefully now the ghosts work now that we actually gave them a target. So we can spawn the ghost. The ghost has reached their target. The ghost should update their position and move in 5 seconds. Moving positions, wonderful. Python is nice, quite easy to learn. That's good. It's always nice to hear, and look at that. It's working, isn't it? Staying position, wandering to the next position. That is great to hear. Now we just have to wait to see. Also, the timer times out. They also need to reach the position before they change their position. But otherwise, they're now able to wander, which is lovely news. And still didn't work out for me. You're cooked? No. Just start small. That's the best thing I can say, especially when it comes to programming. This project is a lot bigger than I initially thought, but I wanted to make sure it was a small project, and it's staying smallish compared to my first game. It's definitely bigger than my first game, but I'm hoping it's not going to be too big. The prototype, once this guy's done, hopefully won't be any bigger, just adding features. But otherwise, this initial game loop, and I'm glad the wander state is working. Isn't that lovely? Now let's add multiple ghosts in here and see if it breaks. That's the next step. Limit testing. And let me go ahead and do that. And lots of Flappy Birds and pong games have been made. Yeah, some sort of like mini game. That's the way that I always compare it to. My first game was very mini game-esque. It was like the game you play when you do the dinosaur jump, where it's an endless mode and you just have to do something. And let me go ahead and save what we have. Ghost, wander, semi, working. Yep, my thing was a mini game. And I wanted my next game, which is this one, the second one, to not be mini game, but I also didn't want it to be big. So how about a restaurant game where not too big, just serving customers and rhythm typing. That's a little big. As eventually I'll either have to find more music or make my own music, and that'll be a challenge in itself. And you see, it looks a bit similar, but you don't know enough yet to tell if it's just superficial similarity. And knowing C++ is quite impressive. You're just taking it easy and starting with Python. I went to college for game dev, so that's how I learned C++. I don't know if I could have learned it by myself in learning C++. And do you use version control? I learned the hard way when a game I tried to make within a summer got corrupted. I use GitHub's Visual Studio in terms of version control, as that's been helpful for me, especially when I need to go back, and it's been nice. Let's see. Now that we have them moving back and forth with the I want to make sure that when the timer ends, we also want to make sure that they have reached their position. So let's see. Now that we have them moving, I'll keep this chance here 4 for now, as that can stay there. And let's see, just having a knowledge of one coding language helps you with learning another? 100%. Once you know how coding works in general, learning other languages for coding is just about the same. And Python is nice, quite easy to learn. Interesting. I haven't learned it before, but coming from C++, learning GDScript hasn't been difficult in the slightest. It's just more programming, and it's just kind of the way you word things a little bit. But I'm so used to pointers from C++ that it's weird not having pointers. That's the one thing I'm so confused about. Okay, so what you need now to happen is, I want to make sure the ghost can't change spots if they're still moving. So they're in the current process of moving, for example, and I say as Godot decides to freeze. Now, you know what? While I'm waiting for Godot to take its time, let me show you in concepts. And turn on my tablet. There can be a clause for if the ghost happens to be moving, and I'll grab this little guy here since he's already available. If the ghost is in its current spot and moving to another spot, what happens if the timer goes off while the ghost is moving from said one spot to another? And what happens if the timer goes off here? I want it to ignore the timer and keep moving to the spot. I want to set that clause to make sure it is a thing. And okay, I did read that. But still, it is quite rough to start with C++, is it? It makes you wonder why they don't get you started with something easier and send you a C++ when you have some basic experience with something else. I don't have basic experience. C++ was the first ever programming language I learned. I think it's because it's the industry standard. Was probably why they started it off. And what was the name of that design software? This one is Concepts. This guy I'm right now in is called Concepts. So let me type it out just if you're curious. Concepts, like that. That is how it's spelled. And you guess you already dealt with the hardest part. Learning anything else now should be easier. Hopefully, if I can get a leg up in that direction, I'll take it. I'll wholeheartedly take it, as learning C++ wasn't hard. It was learning the algorithms and the log and figuring out how long it would take to run through a function and figuring out those things. That's the stuff I didn't enjoy. I enjoyed making the game, but I definitely understand why you would want to have an algorithm. And since Godot is closed here, let me close it, reopen it. Now, as far as ignoring the timer, I don't think that should be too hard. Edit. We just need to say, if we're still moving, wait, or something to that extent. And what do these ghosts do? Sure, we can go back to Concepts as we're waiting on Godot. Bring it back over there. And do I make my game assets like Sprite? Yep. Everything, or most of everything I've done has been on stream. Otherwise, it's been recorded. But yeah, I'm making my own sprites. I'm making the game. Hopefully, if things go right, I'll also make the music. I'm not sure how long we'll go on that one. But yeah, everything's being made, and I'm learning pixel art just so I can make it. And this was the old cafe, the old prototype one here, and all of this I did make, but we're moving on to this setting here. As far as what the ghosts do, the ghosts you'll be able to banish. They'll also mess around with the tempo part of the rhythm typing. You'll also, once you banish them, you'll get rewards And I also want it to be that if the ghost is in the area of the customers, they make the customers lose their patience. Maybe, for example, around the ghost, the air gets a little bit chiller. It gets a little bit chiller. It gets a little bit chilly around the ghost, so maybe the customers feel it and their patience goes slower. The idea is that you'll have to serve both customers and ghosts in order to run your cafe correctly. You're bobbing back and forth between making spells and in the cafe. And you'll have to give the ghost a special recipe food, and that is the nostalgia. And I got a lot of my plate if I'm doing the music too, yeah. I don't know about music. Music's a maybe, but we'll see. Well, we will see. Right now, I'm taking music that I found from other places. And with that said, I'm thinking timer and moving and tempo. We want the way the ghosts work is that they wander in the cafe until they spot you. Once they spot you, they follow you. Otherwise, they're wandering. I don't even know why I have idle, now that I'm thinking about it. Let's say okay. Alright. Ghost. Wandering timer. Let's see. If the timer goes off, so that's on wander timer timeout, if chance, move chance, attempting move, what we need to do, or what we need to say, if state is moving, if current state moving, if current state equals moving, I think it would just be nice to start the timer again. And we can just return. That way, you're guaranteed to reach your spot. And if you're not moving anymore, that means you've reached your spot. So I think that takes care of that in case we do run into an issue where they're still moving. Let's see, and welcome back, Moon Raider. Welcome back to stream. And you do some mixing for songs for fun as a hobby. Nothing insane though, makes it fun. I hope so. It's never fun when the hobby becomes work. It can be work, but making sure it's not work. I do like music. I've just never made music before. So new made game assets, made music that I'm hoping it's not too much. Yeah. And move chance. We can go ahead and grab this guy up here. I always like keeping the variables at the top. So for example, speed, and also up here we have move. How do we want to do this? Move chance. We have speed and we have move. How about move percentage? We can just do that. Move percentage. Move percentage. percentage, which just means 1 out of 100. For right now, let's have the rate be 75. And then what we can do is down here in our move percentage, the chance is an int, and it is from 1 to 100. That way, if we say 75% chance for it to be, and so on and so forth. Which makes, I think that works. It can really be less than, also, or equal to. And then it just rolls the dice every time it wants to attempt at moving. But if it's not moving, that means it's reached its state and it's idle, in which case we keep going. And to double check this with our wandering, let's grab that timer and set the wander timer to 2 seconds, just to check and see to make sure that it is quote-unquote foolproof. I can go ahead and enable the game. Go ahead and mute set the game, like that. Go ahead and spawn the ghost, and the ghost is spawned. The ghost now is moving, and they should reach their spot. And then once they reach their spot, then they can move somewhere else after 2 seconds. So it's working. That's good news. And I'm thinking Godot going to close again. Are you going to close on me, or are we good? Ah, I see. All right. I got your drift. Okay. The only state the ghost really needs to be in is wander and follow, truthfully. I can get rid of idle. The ghost starts out in wander state, and the only way they change states is if they see the player. And now what we can do is we go back into cafe, and it only took 2 days. Only. I mean, you know, it goes. Sometimes it takes longer, sometimes it takes shorter. The thing is, I've never done stuff like this before. I can only complain so much about things being easy or hard, as this is new. And the way these targets can work is, anytime we want ghosts to come to a different area, for example, maybe we want ghosts to go there, we can then have maybe ghosts come behind this table, we can have ghosts wander here, and they're just idling. Now let's fill it up with ghosts, and 70 years, psh, I believe, at most 10. How about that? Sometimes game development takes 7 years, so I believe. Okay, with all of that said, let's try spawning some ghosts. I'm curious to see if that works. We have one ghost currently. Oh, before we spawn said ghost, let's make sure the ghost timers are also not 2. Let's set it to 10 seconds. Let's give them a chance to change positions. And I also want to set the wander state, and let's have it print that they're moving. Print moving. Oh, hold on. Let's not print. Print moving. There we go. Okay. Let's see if this breaks it. Testing, testing. And game capture. Okay. Ghost has been spawned. Another ghost has been spawned. And we'll spawn one more ghost. Okay. Oh, you also know we need to have a way to say, all right, if there's no spot for the ghost to go, then we need to say stay still until another ghost can come. But this is good. It's working. Every 10 seconds, the ghost will attempt to move to a different spot. And it seems to be the case that ghosts are doing their thing. They seem to be all happy on their cord. And ghosts seem to be able to move independently. They're going to different spots. They're kind of wandering around. I think the timer will be longer, but aside from that, them kind of just going to different areas and waiting around, it's working. Ghosts are doing their ghostly things, and it's wonderful to see. So it's nice to just sit here for a second and just see them move around, and it's great. Though, none of them are moving. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay. Maybe their percentage was just off, that 75%. Overall, though, it's working. It didn't crash, they just didn't move. That's what I got worried about. Great news! With that all said and done, as Godot decides to close, let's go back over to concepts. Edit. And if we go back into, where are we at? Go concepts. There we go. Now we have the ghost moving, we have the wander state and the idle state. While it is 450, I don't think I say, as in it's very difficult. Wander state. Let's see if we can get the wander state working. Or not the wander state, the follow state. There is no idle state. The wander state is working and functioning. And all that happens now is that once the ghost spots the player, they follow the player. And they're moving in the player's direction. They don't leave the player alone. And that should be that in terms of their states. And then we just have to make the food. And let's see. I'm also thinking maybe the ghost can't go in here. Maybe it's like a salt or something to stop the ghost, or a way to have the ghost not just be in your face as you collect the ghost and they're following you now. And Godot likes crashing a lot. No, that's my computer. I thought it was Godot, but I think I just might need a overall computer upgrade is what I'm coming to the acceptance of. As last year, Godot wasn't doing this, but this year, it's slowly but surely. And it was working initially. Yeah. I think that's the case. Okay. And saying all of that, we just need a way for them to change modes from wander to follow and have them follow the player. Sounds not too painful, but we'll see. And we also need a way to delete, but right now we just need to change state from wander to follow. And, okay, there you go. Excuse me, ma'am, I think something just walked over my table. You don't see anything. I'm thinking either the necromancers can see the ghost, or maybe she's just also gifted with the ability to see the ghost. Maybe that's also a thing some necromancers can do. And maybe in this world, some necromancers wear glasses since they can't see ghosts naturally. That'd be cool. Some sort of magical glasses or maybe contacts for those that are unable to naturally see them. Okay, what we need is the follow state. We need to be able to swap from wander to follow. And I'm wondering, should we be able to swap back and forth? For example, maybe you run away from the ghost and giving Pie Games a try in the future? Maybe. I would definitely like to, in the future, do a game jam and try a new engine. I don't know how that's gonna go, but there's a lot of engines out there and I haven't tried anything else aside from Godot. I'm more than open to attempting, though. Not sure how that's gonna feel. Back in here, we have the ghost with a follow state, which is nice and good. And it works at the moment where Ghost just has a spot to follow. And this wander state, entering and exiting, that's not what we need right now in the state machine. What we have at the moment is a enter state, and this data and target. We can do this soon, but for right now, let's just have a way to swap between the two and make sure we can. If we go back into our Ghost state, we need a way to sense the player entering their space. We can go ahead and do ghost. Oh, not ghost. We need an area 2D to spot the person. An area 2D, and then, oops, we need a collision shape. Ghost has collision shape, but it doesn't use it. And let's see. Collision shape, like that. And then this area 2D will be the ghost vision. We can go ahead and call this vision and collision shape. And this area 2D, oops. Oh boy, wrong thing. You go up here and you are here, right? This collision is, oh, hold on. Vision, you're not vision, you're collision shape, new collision shape. There we go. We add the collision shape to this child. Oh, there we go. Oh, what was that sound? Oh, thank you for the follow, Medical Tito. Welcome. welcome to the trials and tribulations. I'm telling you, 70, no. By 70 years, game creation is gonna be wholly different. Let's go ahead and make this guy's vision maybe this big. If we go back to the cafe, cafe, where are we at? And type in ghost. I believe. You just gotta believe. That's the thing. I'm thinking, does that vision seem big enough? Maybe the vision should be this big. How about that? If that means you kind of have to come really within the area for the ghost to be able to see you. And then once the ghost spots you, kind of a little bit over. And I'm wondering, should there be a way to swap back to wonder? Isn't that called schizophrenia? No. It's a real thing. It's magic. Well, schizophrenia is a real thing. But this magic's different. Ghosts exist. They change things. I want them to be able to change the tempo of the game itself. Fingers crossed. That's the next step after we do this. But once we have the modes down, next up we need to be able to feed them to delete them. And then we have the time to code reverse aging. De-aging. It will happen. You just gotta believe. Okay, I think this radius is good. And if we go back to our ghost here in our collision under transform, this is our vision. So we can go ahead and rename this to vision. And then in our vision in this here, we have vision, collision. Oh, hold on. Here. And actually we just need area 2D. We don't need collision shape. Well, this is area 2D. I'm just thinking sensor. For example, the player has an area 2D, which makes sense. I think that's good. Think. I always say I think. And this guy doesn't exist in world. It's just checking the player's layer. So it should help in being less sensitive. And the player, I believe, is in 2. Yep. Well, this guy's just checking for player. And then node in body entered. Well, it says body entered. Emit it when they receive body exists. Body can be a physics body tile map. I think that's fine. On body entered, connect. And then we have it on ghost. On vision body, exited. Oops. Let's just disconnect. On body entered, connect. And then ghost on vision body entered. And that should be connected. Wonderful. And so anxiety but spookier? Exactly. Why do you think she's afraid of ghosts? Ghosts aren't bad in this. Well, some are bad, but the ones she's dealing with aren't bad. She's just too afraid. Far too afraid. On vision body entered, and then we have the body here. If body is player character, then we swap the state machine from, then we tell the state machine, all right, it's time to change to follow. And then the ghost will follow once their body is entered. Pass. If body is player character. Step A is setting target equal to target equal to body. We also need to then free up the space of the seats. So we need to do free up spot in cafe. And that shouldn't be too tricky. All we have to do here is go into our cafe, and then we need a way to say, all right, ghost manager, player's been spotted, remove them. Just remove them. And we can do that as func. Remove ghost from spot. Or free spot. I guess something to that extent. Remove ghost from spot. Oh, jack of them all, I see. Welcome to stream, and gotta go. Good luck with your project. Thank you, Metal Potato. I'll be joining you soon. Stream's close to ending, but I want to see if we can get this follow part working. But welcome to stream, jack of them all, and thank you for the follow. So funk, remove ghost from spot. We get a ghost. Ghost. It is void, and then we just need to do target manager dot. Target manager dot, and let's see. Hi. Dot remove target from occupied list. Remove target from occupied list, and we send in that ghost. So now that ghost is free. And then what we can do here is when it is a meta, I'm just wondering, and we'll see in code, but good luck with the spookiness of programming. Thank you. Yeah, we're wrapping things up, but fingers crossed, it's home run at least this time. Words. I can words. At least in terms of prototyping. There we go. Okay. Utility dot move or remove ghost. Remove ghost from cost. Remove ghost from idle spot dot connect, and then we have remove ghost from spot, but it's from spot. Let's just make sure we stay consistent with idle spot, and then go ahead and do that. And then we need to make this utility actually a thing with the signal, and we have to go to our utilities and enter in here, and then we have a signal, move ghost to idle spot, remove ghost from idle spot. There we go. And then we can go back into our ghost manager again, and now that should be connected. It should be good to go. Not declared, I see. Oh, because this is an idle. Remove ghost from idle spot. There we go. And then target manager dot remove ghost from occupied list. I'm also realizing this remove target needs to now not be underscore, as usually the underscore ones is the ones you keep in your functions or in your scripts, and the ones that don't have underscore are the ones you use externally. And Godot it's freezing, so I'll take my water break. Okay, Godot, are you ready to listen? Or are we gonna have some problems? It's ready to listen. Okay, I was saying this guy here, this remove, has to be like that now. And if we go back into our customer manager as well, the remove to do assign. Okay. Oh yeah, well, remove happens inside, so that's why it's an underscore. So we should be fine. And then if we just go to our manager here, remove, just no more underscore. And then remove, no more underscore, since it's used externally. And once that's good to go, oh, hold on. Dot connect, no longer underscore. We're all good to go. Wonderful. Okay. With all that said and done, ghost manager, target remove. Okay. Once it is removed, and that is when we send out the signal, we go back into our ghost and into our vision, or rather the ghost script here. If body is character, then we can go ahead and say utility dot remove ghost from idle spot dot emit body. That's telling the utility, hey, this ghost is no longer on the occupied list, and then we set the player to where the ghost now looks towards. On vision body entered, they change targets. However, what we really need to do is have the follow state be entered. We need to exit from the wander state and enter the follow state. Back in our state machine, kind of have that going here on child finish state, physics process, all of those things. I forget a few of them, but we'll see. We can take reference from what I have currently with customer. How our customer state machine works is down here. I have functions being admitted for the certain customer, for the certain ghost, depending on what's going on. It's not too tricky in just figuring it out. On child finish, it only finishes when I say it finishes. And I run the finish once I want it to swap over. So I think all we have to do, for example, is just grab you, go back over to our ghost in our state machine. And this will happen when we say do this thing, it will do this thing. So move to target. What we want to happen instead is we want to follow target. There we go. And do I enjoy more using GDScript over doing something with C++? I can't tell you for sure. It's been at least maybe 3 years since I've programmed in C++. So in my memory is always very foggy. So I have a really hard time remembering what I used to do and what I used to know. Right now, I only know, or I only remember Godot. So I can't tell you. I can say at the very least, when I was transitioning from C++ to Godot, that I didn't have a struggle in doing so. It was a nice, smooth transition. But if I had to choose Godot or C++, I am just a smidge biased since I didn't like using Visual Studio, which was the program I used for C++, and I like the node system. I can't really say which one I prefer since they're on different scales. Spooky indeed, spooky. Let's see. On child finish, we want func, follow target customer. What we want to happen is for this to be emitted. There we go. I think it's a little bit better. Emit it from here. Follow target. We have the target, which is the not target. Follow player. Really, that is what it is. Player. Unless it's something else. But for right now, we can just say func follow player, and then we have we have the we have the ghost and the ghost. And this is just to confirm which ghost is the ghost we should be doing. And then we have here the player, right? Yeah. The player, and then player character. Wonderful. Okay. If customer equals get parent, target.character equals get parent. And that's where we're a little bit tricky. Once we confirm that the ghost is the right ghost, then we can go ahead and have the player equal the parent. So player equals target.ghost or ghost.target. Let me go ahead and do this. Ghost.target equals player. Like that. And makes sense. So did you not use Unreal Engine? Nope. That's one of the reasons why I dropped out, is that I didn't really get to... We made games in Visual Studio, and maybe if I stayed until year 4, maybe? And did I accidentally delete the memory location? When I was doing Visual Studio, yeah, I was worried about memory leaks and all of those things, so programming in Godot has been nice in the sense that it does it all for me and I don't have to worry about allocation and memory and all of those things. Back when I did do. This game I'm making currently is a reprise of a final exam I did for Visual Studio, where I had to make a game in it, and now I'm making a Godot version of the game, but changed up. On ghost.target equals player, that's true. And then on child finished, current state, customer move to state, target. Okay. What we want to happen here, on child finished, that's this guy here. We have the current state, we have the new state string, and we have the data. In our data should be the player, like this guy here. Then we have the current state, which should be wander. And then we have the state we want to change to, which is follow. We have the follow state, like this. Follow state, customer follow state. On child finish, current state, customer follow state. And we don't need if not leaving. We just want it to swap to the next state. And that will go ahead and hopefully have it set so that we wander when we enter. All of these things happen, and if body.target equals null, pass, that's good to go. Else, let's see, if body.target equals null, pass, and then if body.target equals null, nothing happens now, which is good, and we pass. And, or I guess we can do, yeah. And then if, let's see, nothing happens, which is good. If data dot empty is empty, if data's not empty, we take what our new target is. In the future, if we want to reassign everything, this is how we can do it. And did I accidentally delete the memory location? Okay, I did read that. That is interesting. Maybe they wanted to teach me how to set up everything manually. Yep, they did. Yep, they did. They wanted me to learn how to draw on the console and make it from there. And then later down the line, after I've gotten used to doing everything on console, I'm guessing that's when we would switch to an engine. But I didn't want to do that. That wasn't my interest. And for me, I learn things best when it's in my interest. And I very quickly lost interest. And once I dropped out, it was about a year before I picked up programming again. And yeah, having most of the stuff already in place. Yep, that is. They wanted me to start from the bottom to work my way up to engine. If not data is empty, target.data. That makes sense. And target, body.target, like that. That way, if it's entered, we have that. And then we can go ahead and do all of this. All of this should stay the same. Once we exit, all of this stops. That's good to go. And then in our follow state, on enter, what we can do then is do this. And move sprite.visible probably will change. This is taken from the customer code that had different programming for seating and standing and different sprites. So that's tweaked a little bit. So if not data is empty, we do this. Otherwise, it's empty. And then down here in our physics update, if body.target, I'm wondering if this has to be equal no, but I suppose we'll see. And if that's empty and everything, it should be good to go. And I'm hoping this will work. It should, fingers crossed, where we have in our state machine. Now all we have to do is just call this, and we call it in our ghost here. On body entered, we set the target body, or we don't really even have to do that. It does it for us, doesn't it? Follow player, and it'll be utility.emit. Oops. Oh, it did emit. Wonderful. Body. And a body and player. Okay, never mind then. Target gets set. We don't have to worry about any of that, I think. We'll see. Once the player enters here, what happens is this gets emitted. And where does it go when it's emitted? It goes into the state machine, as that is what happens when we connect it up here. No, it does not. Okay. Let's see. Once the player enters the ghost vision, this state, or not this state, unless it freezes, the signal is sent. Where is the signal sent to? The signal sent to the cafe and to the ghost manager. It goes all the way to this guy here. Where are we at? Ghost manager? Yeah. The ghost manager. The ghost manager goes and it removes the ghost from the idle spot. Once it removes the ghost from the idle spot, which is down here, target manager, remove target from occupied list, then it sends a signal to the ghost to say, start changing. Utility dot utility dot what did we call it? I don't think we did call it. Follow utility dot start ghost follow. How about that? Start ghost follow, and we have ghost, and we do dot emit. It's getting pushed around everywhere. We have start ghost follow dot emit. Yeah, start ghost follow dot emit. And I'm thinking, and I'm realizing, we need the player, don't we? When we go here, I remove ghost from idle, and we're back in ghost. And I'm wondering if it does need to be 2 emits, but I don't know. If body is player character, we send in the remove ghost idle from spot. We can also, oh no, this is sending the body. Remove ghost from idle. This is body, this is not ghost. It would have to be body, comma, self. So it removes ghost from idle spot, and it also sends in the body and self. I don't like the way that looks, but we can always change it. So it sends it over into the cafe, and we go back here, body, and it is player character. If we go back into our ghost manager, that's where we get sent here, remove ghost from idle spot. We have a ghost, and we also have the player, which is the player character down here. And then what we do is have the target manager remove ghost, and then we start the ghost emit, where we emit a ghost and player, once we're sure that it's off of the target manager. Once it's removed, then we emit start ghost follow, and then in our utility, we go back over here, and we have one more, and it is start ghost follow, and then ghost to move, and then player, and I'm wondering if any of these are player. I don't think so. Player character. Right now it's player, but we can change it to something else if the need be. Ghost to move, ghost. Oh, so ghost to move is fine. Okay, good. Start ghost follow. Ghost to follow. LOW, remove ghost, and we also add player here. as this is kind of getting passed around with signals. Remove ghost from idle spot. Once start ghost follow is admitted from this start ghost follow as the ghost in player, it then gets tossed back into ghost, into the state machine, where this is started with the ghost in player. So now we can go to ready and have utility dot start ghost follow dot connect, and we can connect it to this function down here, which is follow player. Sounds like it'll work, but the question is, will it? And I'm not sure. Will it? Will it? Not too sure. We'll see. And with all of that said, ghost.target equals player. Yep. And I'm also realizing as well, we can just do this, as the target will become the player. We just need to do this. Okay, let's see. Does it work? Will it work? I'm not too sure. Oh, we have a debug. Error calling. Oh, I know why. This needs to be ghost. This needs to be player. There we go. Wonderful. Okay. And I've also realized this player is way too far away from the ghost. Let's go ahead and delete the ghost. Okay. And we'll also delete this spot. Yep. And this spot. And another thing I want to do before I forget as well is back in our ghost manager, on ghost change change target, change idle spot. If what do we want to see? Oh, hold on. We can just do this in here and get new random target. Get new random target. Finds new target. Saves old. If new target equal null. Okay. What we also need to check to see is if the target list is empty. An occupied list get or add. As there's no available spots if the target list is empty. If target list dot empty is empty, return. Oh. Ooh. Okay. No worries. If the target list is empty, return character dot target. Hold on. It would be occupied list. Return character. It would return occupied list character. That seat instead. As if it's empty, then just return the same seat. There's no need to do anything else. There's no new seat to add, so we can't do anything else. And in that case, now let's try running. I'll go ahead and mute it as well. And let's see what we have. All right. I'll move her over here and we'll spawn a ghost. The ghost is in the wander state, which is good. The ghost should change or try changing targets. Let's make sure that's still working. It hasn't attempted to move yet. I think I need to add that into the add that in as well to make sure that the timeout is saying it. Let's go ahead and do a quick change to make sure that's also being said. I do love my prints. It always helps me in letting me know what's going on. Let's go into the console here. Not console. The program here. And then physics update down here. Okay, cool. If current state equals moving, timer dot start. Otherwise, and I'll also print here, timer timed out. That way I can see and make sure it is timing out. And now we can click play. And let's take a look. I'll move her over here. Spawn the ghost. Ghost is spawn. Takes about 10 seconds. And then, let's see. Timer timeout. Now, whether it actually does move or not, that's another story. We need to make sure. Timer timed out and they're moving. And another thing I need to do as well, and I'll also change the timer. Oops. Less Godot does that. It's fine, it's fine. Let's see. Go back into here, edit. While it's doing that, get some water. Lovely. Okay. Now what we need to see, and I didn't do before, is see collision shapes. That is what I say as that's big screen. There we go. Okay. Now let's check and see if it's working. I'll also move the player here. Go ahead and open the screen. And let's check. Never mind. That is way too big, isn't it? Go ahead and close it. Ghost, you're a little bit too big. I didn't realize how big you were. Go ahead and just, I think that's good. I think that'll work. Okay. That said, that's always something we can change as well. But spawn the ghost. Ghost has been spawned. Now we want the ghost to move to another place. That's the next step once the timer's timed out. And I'm realizing, yeah, I forgot to also change it to 10 seconds or from 10 seconds. But the ghost is still moving to different spots. That's good. Now, if we enter the space, the ghost should change. I don't think the ghost is sensing the player. Which is, I kind of expected it a little bit. What we do now is first off, set wander timer to 3 seconds just so it's easier to test. And then also, on here on vision, let's have it print the body. If body, print body. Print body. Oop, body. Make sure it actually is printing the player and sensing the player. If I go ahead and spawn the ghost, the player is being detected. Good. Okay. Nice. If body is player character, which is true, utility.remove ghost from idle spot, self, and all of that thing. Okay. Well, let's see. I'll go ahead and get rid of that print. And from there, we'll go ahead and press play. Now let's walk through the code. I think will help make things a little bit easier. So we'll go ahead and spawn the ghost. The ghost spawned up there. I'll move into the body, and now we're in the code. Let's see. Well, actually, rather than start here, let's start in our state machine. So when this gets called, to actually see if it does get called, as we do have the connect, don't we? Connect, start, ghost, follow. Yep, okay. I want to see if that gets emitted. And does it get emitted is the question, and the answer to that question is... Oh, timer timed out. It does not get emitted. So something's not going on. Okay. That is good to know. Okay. Now we have to follow the code through and see where it gets a little bit hooked up at. It should be fine, as right now, this function, our follow player function, isn't working. We just need to make sure that's all nice and dandy. And while I'm waiting for Godot to do this Godot-y thing, let me go ahead. Wait on some water while I'm waiting on Godot. And it's deciding to freeze. Well, you know what I'll do to you, Godot. I don't wanna, but if I have to, I shall. I'm not opposed. And it seems I do. Sad day for you, Godot. Alright. I'll reopen, I'll reselect, go ahead and edit, and then we can see. I want to see if we can get the follow working by 30, and hopefully, as that leaves food, and I think I can get the food done. All that should be nice and good to go. Okay, we have on child finish here. This isn't getting emitted, or it is getting emitted. Not working. If we go back into Ghost here, this is working. It's seeing and it's getting the fact that it is a body player character, and that is node 2D. I want to print, and I want to print yes. Let's see, does that work? Gonna go ahead, spawn the ghost, spawn the ghost. It is printing yes. That's good news. So this guy is being transmitted, and it is going to from here all the way to the cafe into the ghost manager. And from the ghost manager, we have the connect, remove ghost from idle spot, which sends it to this guy over here. Remove ghost from idle spot. Let's go ahead and print. Hello. How about that? And we want to make sure it is getting to this area. So go ahead and spawn the ghost, move into the area. It is printing hello. That's good to know. All right. So from here, we need it to emit start ghost follow, and that is ghost comma player target manager dot remove target from occupied list. I assume that's working. The thing is the start ghost follow dot emit. If we go back into ghost again, we go back into the state machine. Start. Ooh. No, hold on. Start ghost follow. That's what's acting up. Hold on. Okay. The question is this getting emitted? I don't know. Start ghost follow dot connect. I don't believe it's getting emitted, as if I do this, and make sure that indent is not indenting anymore. Let's see, let's see. If I spawn the ghost, do this, it is saying hello. Okay, good. That is good, that's nice. That means, what that means is, it is this function that's acting up as we're getting the hello signals. And that's all that matters at the moment. If ghost equals get parent, and I'm guessing because, well, this is state machine. And what that means is I'm going to print to you, print ghost equals parent. It should print true in the console. And what do we get? True. Okay. That's good. On child finish current state, customer follows. Ooh. I think I figured it out. It says customer follow state, but that is not any customer, is it? It is a ghost. So it would be ghost follow state, wouldn't it? Maybe, perchance, perhaps. Let's see. If I move the character over here. Ooh, I think I did get it working. Hold on. Oh, never mind. Ghost follow state. It takes anybody. Interesting. It's doing some wonky stuff with the dance here. Look at it go. Interesting. For sure, it only needs to follow the player. And I think it's confused. It's a little confused. It's got the spirit. That is for certain. Okay. What we need to do then is I want to print the player. As this, well, it should be player. Is it player? Next question I have. It's like a yes or no question. I'm guessing with the genie. It is printing player. It is character body 2D. That's good. Okay. In that case, it then moves to ghost follow state, and it has the player as its follow. We move back into here with the ghost follow state. If data is not empty, then body.target equals data. That should work. Body.target. But the issue is the ghost is following multiple targets. Oddly enough, if body.target, let's see, if body.target, navigation.agent, no, that makes sense. So if not true, body.target equal null. If not null, we're doing all of these things. And it should take us to the player. That's what I'm wondering about. And I want to go ahead as well and print. When we enter, print this. So if not data is empty, print body.target. What do we get? Let's see. I have no clue. Go ahead, have the ghost, player character. And the ghost should only follow the player. But the ghost is also following the seats. And I didn't have it shown up. Let me do it now. So I can show you what I mean. Like this. We have the player here. For some odd reason, when we click spawn, we go and the ghost then follows us, but you can kind of see the ghost gets distracted. The ghost decides, oh, look, it's well, I say it and now it's not doing the thing. Hold on. It's now following the player. I'm telling you. It happened. The ghost gets confused about where to go. It's not happening anymore, which is very odd. Now the ghost is able to follow the player around. Beforehand, that wasn't happening. I'm gonna spawn another ghost. How about now? Are you gonna follow me as well? Is it gonna work now? Odd. Now it's deciding, oh, see? It decides to go down there. Right? And now it's not even following the player anymore. And I don't know why it decides to change targets. That's what I'm wondering. And I think it's because of the current state. Maybe it's always on follow, but the target is changing. Oh, I think I know why. Maybe because when we exit, we have to stop the timer, right? And in exit in our wander state, you're going to go now. See you next week. Thank you for coming, Moon Raider. See you soon. Let's see. So in our exit, we do timer.stop. We don't start it again. I think that's the issue. As it's constantly changing, it's checking, and it's updating. And now, let's see. Did not expect to see a different part of the map. You thought it was only one room? Nope, nope. That is the cafe part and the typing portion. You have the ghost, and this is the cafe. This is where customers get seated. I think this will work now. This is where you do the spell casting portion of the game at, where you actually make the food and make the spells and do the spell casting ability. But I think the timer was forcing the ghost to decide, you know what, I don't want to follow you anymore. And I'm glad it's working. We have the correct states, and I'm thinking, I don't know if I want them to continuously follow the player. As imagine the ghost spots you, you run away. You're quickly going to go do magic stuff, and they decide, you know what, I'm in here, so I'm not penalizing you. I'm just standing over your body. And I don't think that's good. I think as long, if the player leaves, then they enter. If they, I think that works. If the player leaves their range, then they decide to do. Okay, yeah, I think that works. What we can have happen, as long as, you know, Godot doesn't decide to do its own thing, is when they leave the range, they can see you. When you exit the range, they can't see you, and they go back to being idle. Let's go ahead and go into the edit. I'm so glad it's certainly progress. 30 minutes past the time, but right there. And I say that. Hopefully it doesn't turn into longer. Okay. With all of that said and done, what we need to happen is the ghost, where are we at? The ghost exit, so back down here, on vision body entered, and then on vision body exited. So we can go ahead and do here, and then body exited, connect, and go ahead and do here. On body exited, if body is player character, we then just have to change, unless I die. Oh, SOS, send help, but I think I'm good now. And Godot freezes once more. Now all we need to happen is a way to stop them from following you. So they need to stop following you and go back to doing what they were doing previously. I'll go ahead and give it a second, but if it doesn't want to do what it does, I guess we close it again. Godot is not excited about the last final stretches, so it seems. Save and, oh, are you happy now? You're working? Perfect. On vision body entered, but on vision body exited. If body is player character, what we need to do is change the spots. So instead of remove from idle spot, now we can change it. So let's see. Move. Follow, change ghost to follow. Follow state. Change ghost to follow state. And that is self. And what we do then is we go into, where are we at? In our utility here, we go ahead and set that as a signal. So instead of start ghost follow is now change ghost to follow state. We take said ghost, and from there, what we do is, let's see. What we have happen is, and I'm wondering, in this wander state, for example, this is where the target and everything gets set, so the entering and exiting, we need it to exit from follow and go into wander. And that is a little tricky, I would assume, but it shouldn't be too tricky. We have up here in our ghost manager. So once this ghost manager gets told, alrighty, you wanna change now, do you? We can go ahead and, I'm wondering why it's not sending me to ghost manager. Hold on, ghost manager. Odd. Guess I'll do it from here. Ghost manager? Huh? Hold on, this is ghost follow. Close all. Ghost manager, reopen. Huh. I don't feel like that's what I was on, but maybe I was. It now says ghost manager. Okay. Change idle spot. We have funk, and we have utility here. Not only do we remove, we also move ghost to new idle spot, but we also have a little bit something different. We have to do change ghost to follow state. Now what we do is add ghost to idle spots. Like that. And then we can go ahead and do this. And then add ghost to idle spot. And then down here for our funk, we have a ghost to do it too. And ghost like that. And then go ahead and do void. And then with that, I keep saying one with that. From there we go. From there, what we do is do ghost.target equals, or more so, this should work. This should be fine. Ghost.target. Ghost.target equals target manager, assigned to random, and this is ghost. Once the target is assigned, then we go ahead and tell utility. Alrighty, now that the target is assigned, and hi, Ready Player LG. Thank you for the follow, and welcome to stream. Hoping to end it soon. We're getting so close. The utility then needs to do change ghost to follow state. Set ghost to wander. How about that? Makes a little bit more sense. Hi. Let's see. Oh, okay, I did read that. Set ghost to wander state. Like that. And then what we do is we have the ghost that we're setting the wander state to, and go back to utility, all the way back up here. We're really getting thrown all over the place. And then in the signal, it is now set ghost to wander state, which is ghost, and then here, ghost to wander, ghost to follow, like that. That makes sense. Yep. Set ghost to wander state, change ghost to follow state. Hold on. Change ghost to wander state. There we go. That's what it's supposed to be. Ghost to wander. Like that. A little different. And then if we go back into utilities again. Oh, this is utilities. In here in our ghost manager, this guy here, set ghost to wander state is not a function. .emit. And then we also need to go up here, change ghost to wander state, set ghost to wander state. And then it's add ghost to idle. Add ghost to idle. Let's see. Hi, Alan Burgos. Is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. And let's see. You need to find someone else being productive so you get motivated to work on your own stuff. When you have a minute, would love to hear it /see. Sure. The hope is that I will be done soon. But let me finish this thought process and see if I can connect these, and I'd love to show ya. Welcome indeedy, let's see. And yeah, that is me too. Sometimes having someone I have a program with or just listen to is very motivating. Change state. What we need to happen is this change state to ghost follow. So change idle spot, add ghost to idle spot. And we take the ghost that we have, and then we do ghost target, and we take the target manager. That makes sense, yes. Set ghost to wander state, and it sends it back. Okay, back into utility. If you want, you call these subs? Sure. It's gonna take a second. Memory's not too good, but I do attempt. So change ghost to wander state. That's this guy here. And it is setting ghost to wander, and then it's setting ghost. So the change is more so prepping them to do the thing. So change ghost to wander state. Oops, not here. Down here. Change ghost to wander state. And that's add ghost to idle spot. Then from there, we set the ghost to idle state. And then, yeah, I totally get the keeping hold of thought process. Slippery thought processes. Exactly, I'm telling you, sometimes my mind can only hold one thought. Sometimes less. Only one. We have the set ghost to wander state. So then we go back into ghost here. Yes. And we go into state machine here. And from there, we can go ahead and grab you. Move you here. And then instead, follow player. Set to wander. And then that. And this is the ghost that is set to wander. Go ahead and do that. And we would also need we shouldn't need this. This should be fine. We already have the target set. Current state, ghost wander state. It is now ghost follow state, like that. And then we don't need player to be printed. You can go here like that. And then set ghost to wander state, like that. So set to wander. And then up here we have utility.start ghost follow. We also have set ghost to wander state. And this should be set to wander. The ghost goes there. That connects it. And then we need to redo the name that we have up here. Change ghost to follow state. I think that's what we have. Change ghost to wander state. There we go. Down here, it should be change ghost to wander state. Okay. Let's check to see if this is working. We go back into the game. And let me go ahead and mute it. The goal is that we have these ghost guys here, and the ghosts wander from spot to spot, depending on the spot. They'll randomly go to each location. I'm realizing I'm kind of covering the screen, so let me make this a little bit smaller. And this blue circle around the ghost is the radius of the ghost's vision. We have it set right now where if the ghost was in, if the player's in range, the ghost will follow the player. What we want to happen now is that. We want that to happen, where the ghost will follow the player while the player is in range. But we don't want this to happen, where the ghost is doing a little bit of a dance. We want the ghost to... I think I broke it again. Yeah, the ghost is now in follow state. We want it to go in wander state when you're in the bubble, and go into follow state. No, follow state in, wander state out. Ghosts go burr. Exactly. Oh boy. Okay. Slowly but surely. I keep saying it, but it's true. I wasn't trying to make this 5 hours, but it's always the thing of so close. Let's see, remove ghost from idle, and thank you. I'm hoping we worked on ghosts yesterday, so fingers crossed we can get it working again. Hi, hold on, Metalverse. Thank you for the follow, and welcome to stream. Welcome to, this should only take 1 hour, turning into, this might take 5 hours. That seems to always be the case when it comes to programming. Okay, set ghost to wander state. I think it's when the wander enters. If we go here, on wander enter, start the timer, and if not data empty, do that, yes. Okay, I think that's what it is. We need to change the state from moving to idle. I think that's what we need to do. So change the state to, oh, hold on. Godot also typically freezes. You know, I'm gonna wonder at this point how long I've been streaming it just freezing. I wouldn't be surprised if an hour has gone by. I have just a compilation of everything freezing. But when it freezes, I can do a water break. And what are you making this in what language? You've only just started, you're working with Game Maker. This is Godot 4. And I'm using GDScript, which is the language of the engine. A lot of people say GDScript is similar to Python. Well, that's, I don't know, but it's GDScript in Godot 4. I'm having fun. This is the second game I've ever moved idle and then have the state moving. Oh, there we go. If current state equals state moving. So let's set the current state to moving. I can go ahead and do on enter. I think that's why maybe I got a little bit angry. It didn't have a state. And yeah, when we start, when it's entered, we want the ghost to stand still until the timer is updated. Oh, hold on. YouTube is, hold on. Something happened over on YouTube that's making it freeze. Are we good to go? Is it okay now, or? Okay, I think we're good to go now. Fingers crossed. It said it dropped for a second. That's always so worrying. Okay, I'm here, good. It's telling my heart. It can only take so much. Our current state always starts off as idle, so we'll change the state to idle when we start and enter, and when we exit, we'll also change the current state to idle. Does that change it? Godot 4.3? I believe so. It's the latest version of Godot. Yeah, 4.3 stable is what it says. And yeah, you lost it for a second, but good to go. That's good. I'm telling you, if it's not Godot crashing, it's something else happening. I can't win for losing, but you know what? As long as the game is, as long as I'm able to make progress, I'll take it. Alright, so the ghost is in wander state. The ghost is moving to different spots. It does act a little wonky, doesn't it? And hi, Dark. Welcome to stream. The ghost is able to move, and then if I enter, the ghost is now following me. That is all good to go. Just came to say hi. Thank you for stopping by, and hello. And if I exit, look at the ghost. I can't really show it that well, but the ghost is, I don't know if this is a 20-minute problem fixer. But we did make, Interesting. We did make good progress, and you know, I'll take it. I think it just needs a little bit more tweaking, and then the enter exit will be good, and then we can move on to everything else. Ghost is dancing? Exactly. It's having a bit of a party. You can ignore it. It won't mind. I'll go ahead and that's twitching. Yeah, Ghost go burr. Exactly. It's having a moment. You just gotta give it a second. But with that said, though, I don't know if we'll be able to fix the enter and exiting portion by 20 minutes, and I've already 43 minutes passed. I'll show you the current status of the game to those who maybe have came in the last hour or so and who haven't seen the game itself, and then we'll close things off. So I'll go ahead and hide that. Double check the customer. We're good to go. Good. Okay. I should be able to just play the game like this. Yep. Good. Okay. So this is a game I'm making called Necrotype Cafe. It is a game where you're this character here, Gabriella. She's a necromancer. And the idea behind it is that you're going to this prestigious academy of wizards in a university, and you find this abandoned room that you can use. So it's in the school's facility, and it's abandoned because it's littered with ghosts. But you're a necromancer, so you can deal with it. And while she is a necromancer, she wants to become a baker, hence the Necrotype Cafe. What happens in the game is that customers will spawn. It's a restaurant sim typing rhythm game. You have the restaurant area over here, and then you have over here, the typing portion of the game, and the typing rhythm. Right now, we're working on the prototype, and I'm hoping to get it released this week. The purpose of the prototype is to get the game loop working, and the game loop is just customer spawn, serve customer, customer spawn, make spell, serve customer, and all that is just. What's my first game was released? Yes, it was. And hold on, I should be able to do some things and stuff. And where are we at? Here we go. I can do this. You can find them there on my itch. Right now, I also have the prototype for the typing functions of this game working as well, and I can show you that as too. We got some time now, might as well. But the way the game loop works is customers spawn. Once customers spawn, you'll have to seat them, tend to them. Customers will have different flavors that they want, and that's the aspect of kind of challenge. For example, if you're a necromancer, they're more inclined to want something bitter. If they're a pyromancer, oh, thank you as well. If they're a pyromancer, they want something spicy. If they're a cryomancer, they might want something minty. And different customers will have different likes and dislikes. Once the customer has sat down, they've read their book, they're ready to order. And in that, the music's in my ears, hold on. Let me turn it down a little bit here. And I can also turn it down here as well, if it'll let me. There we go. Okay. Once the customer's ready to order, you go up to the customer, get their order, and you can see up here it is a purple icon thing. A lot of these are placeholders, but it's purple icon, which just means over here as we change screens, and let me make it a little bit bigger so it's easier to see. This is the core element of the game, the rhythm typing aspect. Here you'll have to have 2 flavors, and you combine the flavors, make a spell, and from the spell you summon food to serve to the customers. And that is where the rhythm typing aspect comes into play. And what they wanted was a bitter cake. Right now there's only 2 flavors and 2 things you can make. And once you make the spell, you'll click generate, and now you have to type to the beat. So, let's see. And THESAAV, NO, NOW, exclamation. And you make the food. It does say pour, but I made it. That's the good part. And once you make the food, you'll pick it up and you'll go to the customer. You'll serve the customer. Serve the customer. They'll eat the food. Want to have an order or have their receipt taken, they'll leave. And what we did today was work on Ghost, which will spice up this game loop by both you'll have to serve customers and Ghost. Fingers crossed I can get it working. But overall, that is the idea. It's supposed to be a fast-paced cafe sim, while also incorporating instead of making the food by doing ingredients, you gotta play a typing rhythm game for each food. that is that, and that is Necrotype Cafe in its current feel, its current source. And let me go ahead and close this. Very creative. Thank you, thank you. I've been working on this game since the end of August. I hope to have it out by the end of the year, though I'm not too sure. And is the spell randomly generated, or did you create a list of spells? The spell, I have a list of spells. Depending on the combinations that we do for different foods, for example, bitter, I want to have different flavor texts. So if it's a bitter coffee compared to a sweet bitter coffee, I want it to be a little bit different. Let's see. Okay, there we go. You still think the ghost twitching can be fixed very quickly? Can you show your walk to target thingy? Like the condition for the target reached? Sure. I don't mind. I mean, like I said, we're already kind of past time. So ending on time is kind of past the point. And we can take a quick look. So let's see. Can you show your walk to target thingy? Oh, unless Godot decides to do that thing. Then we can kind of worry a bit and get a little bit concerned. But yeah. I mean, if we can figure it out and I don't have to spend a few hours. Let's see. If I go ahead and play it, open it, let Godot do its thing, and while it's doing its thing, get some water. Let's see. Walk to target thingy. Yep. Do you mean the, and this is customer, let me close it. Do you mean the wander state or the follow state? The wander state is working. The issue is, I think, the transitions between the wander state and the follow state. Something's going on where it's not liking when I go back and forth between the two. So I think it's just going to come down to something with the enter and the exit that goes on during, where are we at? These guys here, during the enter and exit stages is like where I think it's going off. If I enable, it's already enabled, but the walk to, you should be, yeah, Godot does the thing, doesn't it? Can you show your walk to target thingy for like when the condition is reached? The walk to target thingy, unless it freezes again, and just where it tries to go to a target position, sure. You think follow into idle is already twitchy? Ah, maybe. Hold on. It's having some issues. The Godot doesn't want to be solved, it seems. And I'll give it a second. If it doesn't do its thing, I'll close it, and then we can try again. Let's see. Okay, Godot, are you good now? No, it's not. So we close it. And we reopen. If it'll let us. Where are we at? Here we go. Okay. You think follow into idle is already twitchy, just where it tries to go to the target point. It counts as being successful once it is, well, it counts as being successful once it is reached. In our wander state here, down here, it's reached when the body target is target and current state equals moving. And then it turns to idle. When we start out, it is already idle. Do you think that's it? You think you never saw anyone have so many Godot crashes? I'm telling you, I think it's my computer. I think it's all the things running, but it crashes even when I'm not streaming. So I don't know. I have no clue. And let's see. Body.target equals target. Current state equals moving. Do you think maybe the current state should be idle instead? We can, not idle, moving. I can give that a try. It counts it as reached if you're both moving and idle. Well, if you're moving and you're also in the body. Let's see. You can give it a quick go by hide, show, and go ahead and spawn the ghost. Oops, there's no collision, but that's okay. Ghost follow still. And what is body.target? Sure. Hide this. It'll work with me here. Okay. Body.target is what's body.target? The ghost target. That's what this guy is here. The target the ghost is currently on. What I can do is have the ghost print the target. Would that help? If I, in the state machine, have the ghost on process, print body, or, oh, there's no body here. Hold on. Print target in our ghost. And func underscore process, print target, like that. And then we can go ahead and have the editor do visible collision shapes, like that. And it should tell us what's going on. If I go ahead and highlight the green here, if spells randomly generated, or did you create a list of spells? Oh, did I read that? Hold on. I did, okay. So body.target is target compares two vectors 2D. It would be a node 2D that it's comparing between. And if I hide show, go back into here and make the game capture a little bit smaller, like this. And go ahead and spawn the ghost. You can kind of see so right now it's the node is the target. The other node is the target. I can then go inside. Oh, if I go inside, I'm now the target. Then I get out. Now that node is the target. That's the target 3. And it's staying target 3. Maybe it's something to do... I definitely think maybe... I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with the idle state or something. But I definitely do think it is something with reached. And so how does the ghost then figure out it has reached the target? That's where the ghost has reached target. Once it is entered, you hide this. And if we go back into Wander here, once the navigation agent has reached the target, if it is the right target, that's what it's checking for. And if it's currently moving, then it goes idle. Let's see. Oh, I didn't read that. I don't think I did I? If the spells are set, you would memorize them after a while. Would that affect negatively the gameplay and as you envision it? If you memorize them, you could write them faster, but you'll be restricted. The goal is to have the rhythm and tempo. I at least want to have 3 different spells for each, and I hope that adds a little bit of variety. And by the rhythm, you have to follow. Yeah, people already are restricted because they can just see the spells and just type it. So you have the rhythm restricts you. And it seems like you compare 2 positions with equal. This is the state mode. But you need to check with position A distance to position B or something. These aren't positions. This is checking to make sure the body that it's looking at, or the target body, is a target. And a target is one of these purple guys. So once it reaches the target, it checks to see if it's one of these guys. And if it is one of these guys, is the ghost currently moving? If the ghost is moving and they're within the target area, then the ghost goes still. And then up here, if the ghost is still, it does the idle animation. Otherwise, it's moving. I'm not too sure. It'd have to probably be a little bit tweaked. But yeah, I did think of that, McQueen, in the sense that that's why I added the rhythm aspect to it. Because even if you can see everything on screen, you might feel constrained because you can't type as fast as you want. So I want to have perks where you're not restricted by the rhythm, or maybe you can go really fast and play around with that, since the restriction is the mechanic of the game with the rhythm. As far as this navigation bit is concerned, maybe we can print out the current state to see what it's showing. That could maybe help. I'm not too sure. As they're kind of... I definitely think it's probably something to do with on navigation 2D agent reached. It works until you switch modes, until you switch state machines. Then it starts acting a little bit funny. And that's why I'm wondering... Oh, I think I just have to kind of tweak it a little bit. And just tweak it a little bit, I think. But that'll be that for today's stream. As I gotta go do some pixel art now. And let me go ahead and swap us back to the screen. To those curious and who want to follow the development closer as we reach the fingers crossed end of prototyping, the best way to follow along, and let me pull it up. You think I'd have these things prepared. I do sometimes. You can follow along the development, and you'll also get news of everything that happens as quickly as it does on the Discord. That is where I notify, and I also keep a mini devlog also on Discord as well for those who just want to see a development and things of that nature. And I did post it before, but hold on. The current rhythm typing aspect of the game can be found here in that link, and that'll take you to just the typing part, so the typing and the rhythm. The cafe isn't included in that link. The goal is to now add that to this cafe portion. I want to create the prototype for cafe and rhythm. Right now, we have rhythm working on its own as a little mini game mode. With that being said, Gonna have to go figure this out and also figure out why chat didn't show in stream today. Aside from that, thank you for coming, thank you for joining, and thank you to listening to my programming rambles. And I hope to see you all soon, next week, or maybe some other time. And I hope you all have a lovely day, evening, or good night, and lovely to meet you. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for coming, Ready Player LG. You probably want something shorter, you can let me know, but thank you for joining as well. It's always nice to see new faces. With that said, where are we at? Yeah, thank you, Fabio. See you all soon. If I can find the button.